On today's episode of Homeworthy, we're counting down the 5 homes you loved most in 2025. Unforgettable spaces defined by bold design and deeply personal stories. First, we're in Bayhead, New Jersey, where former White House Press Secretary Dana Perino welcomes us into her coastal home, layered with meaningful mementos and soft color. Next, we head to Brooklyn, New York, to a vibrant townhouse filled with bold color, fashion, vinyl, and beautiful artwork. Then we visit an interior design YouTuber's 600 square foot Washington, D.C. apartment where rich tones, thrifted finds, and smart DIYs elevate small space living. Later, we step inside a home in New Jersey. It's a 1905 French Colonial that belongs to floral designer and advertising specialist Vida Cornelius, where dramatic contrast and Parisian flair set the tone. And finally, we travel to England, visiting the Cotswolds home of a textile designer who has a country home that is whimsical and fabric-filled. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, Homeworthy. I'm Dana Perino. Welcome to my home here in Bayhead, New Jersey. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Dana Perino. I am an anchor and a co-host at Fox News for America's Newsroom from 9 to 11 in the morning, and then The 5 from 5 to 6 p.m. And I'm also on the election coverage team. Little podcast you might have heard of called Perino on Politics is something I do as well. I was the White House Press Secretary for President George W. Bush. I have had the opportunity to write several books, including one called I Wish Someone Had Told Me. That's a little gem of a book. And this is my home in Bayhead, New Jersey. One of the reasons I'm in Bayhead, New Jersey is because of a dear friend of mine, Lauren Fritz. Lauren Fritz worked at Fox News years ago, and she was assigned to help me kind of get my footing at Fox, and we became really good friends. She invited Peter and myself to come down with our dog, and we got to meet her family. They have a house here, and they've been coming here for years. And we became friends with them, almost like family. And then when we moved down here permanently, Barbara was a decorator for our house before this one and for this one. So I have to say, I probably am an interior designer's dream client. I outsource and I say yes. So Barbara Fritz has been able to say, this is what I think would be great. And she knows me, and she has never gotten it wrong. So the house is very comfortable. There's a lot of blues and greens and pinks to bring out some color. There's a lot of art, a lot of dog art. And then there's some special touches from my life, from Wyoming, the time at the White House, artwork that Peter and I have picked up along the way, and a lot of books. So working in the White House is a 24/7 job. And when I was there, we went from having pagers that we would use to contact each other on the weekends to having Blackberries. And now all of a sudden you could do email 24/7. And my husband would always want me to get off my phone for a while. And I would actually hide in the bathroom sometimes, answering emails to reporters so that he wouldn't get mad at me on Saturdays and Sundays. And over time, I became the deputy press secretary, and it was a great job. I loved being the deputy. I was deputy to Tony Snow and to Scott McClellan, but Tony Snow was the main person I worked for. And he let me do a lot of things. I always briefed President Bush on every press conference. I was there every Saturday and Sunday. I worked all the holidays and weekends. I went on all the trips. That was me. So getting towards the end of the administration, about 18 months left to go, maybe a little more, the chief of staff said, hey, if there's anybody on the team who doesn't think they can make it to the very end, say so now, because we need people with fresh legs. The president intends to finish his second term with a sprint to the finish. And I thought, I am barely crawling right now. I can't imagine what it's going to be like at the finish. So around that time, Peter was going to run a crazy race, like a 24-hour race with a relay team in Wisconsin. And I said, fine, I'll go. And on the trip there, we talked about this challenge from the chief of staff. And I said, maybe because I'm not going to be the press secretary in the top job, it would be good to leave now. And I can get established. I didn't come from money, so I needed to get a job right away. And I thought that was what I was going to do. Peter and I spend the weekend, and at the end of the weekend, that's our plan. I'm going to resign from the White House. Now, I didn't really want to leave the White House, but I felt like if I was being practical, this was the right time. So I go into the White House on the Monday morning, and I had a communications meeting, and I saw Ed Gillespie, the counselor to the president in charge of communications, and I said, hey, Ed, can I see you after the meeting? He says, oh, yes, I need to talk to you too. Perfect. We have the meeting. He dismisses everyone and says, Dana, can you stay? Sure. Everybody leaves, and we sit down, and I'm so nervous. I'm just about to blurt out that I'm going to resign from the White House. And he said, do you mind if I go first? And I said, okay, sure. And I sat back, and he said, the president would like to announce you as the new press secretary on Friday. And I said, great. And inside, immediately, I knew my life had changed dramatically. First of all, Tony Snow, who was the press secretary, was suffering from cancer and needed to take care of his health in order to spend some time with his family and get better. And the job was just entirely too much for somebody who was needing to focus on his health. Secondly, I knew that it was an opportunity that the first Republican woman would ever have had. So I was about to make some history. And I also knew that if I didn't totally screw it up, it would open doors to me for a career that I could have never imagined when I was a kid growing up in Wyoming. This is something that I call the morning room, though you can be in here anytime. When we bought the house, these 4 white chairs were here, and I loved them, and we've kept them. But we added different pillows to, again, bring out that blue and white feel. We showcase a few things. Of course, this is our dog Percy as Winston Churchill, because who wouldn't want a little plate like this? We also have here, just as a chance to highlight a few accomplishments, but these are the 4 books I've written. And so we just keep them here as a good reminder that we're blessed and we have had great opportunity that we took advantage of. Do you want to see my most important valued objects? Here they are. President George W. Bush was not a painter during the White House years. He became a painter afterwards. And it's a wonderful story. And it turns out he's very, very good, like a savant. He's excellent. This is a painting he did of Percy, my puppy, when he was about 3 months old. And he signs it 43. And I'll never forget, he sent me a message and he said, are you sure this dog's eyes are blue? I said, yes, sir. They are blue. They turn over time. And then I just have this here, painted by George W. Bush for Dana P. in November of 2021. And honestly, as I told Peter, you have to be Dolly Madison. If anything's happening in this house, if there's a fire, these are the things you get. I also had a chance to see him in March of 2021 when he did a portrait of immigrants book. And I went to interview him, and he surprised me with this bouquet and a technique that he's really worked on and developed. So this and that one, and then a painting that I have in New York of Jasper, my prized possessions. And let me bring you into the dining room. And this is a great place to gather. And I love, again, bringing the blues in. We have an indoor-outdoor rug, and part of the reason is we live on the beach. So people are coming in and out, and people are super respectful. But we do have a stone floor, and then, because of sand and the rain, sometimes mud, it's just easy to clean if you have the indoor-outdoor type of materials, which we have here. So this is the table. Let me first show you this. I mentioned that the bush paintings are my prized possessions. I'm going to add this shell mirror. My friend Lauren Fritz, the decorator's daughter, she got all of these shells from the Bahamas and then made this for me as a gift. I absolutely adore it. I adore it. And then this was a special memory of Bill Hemmer and myself on set when Percy came into our lives. So Jasper, the America's dog, was very famous at Fox, and he died only at 9 years old. So getting Percy was quite a joy, and I just love how Bill Hemmer held him up like Simba. I also love these from Mark and Graham. You can get these coasters that are paper, but you can monogram them in any way. So they just say Bayhead, and that makes for a great way to protect your table. This is a vintage cabinet that Barbara Fritz found, and we just keep the odds and ends in here for cocktail napkins in case you need one of those. The table I love. These are from La Platera, and that's out of Madrid. That's one of our favorite places to travel, and it goes well with hydrangeas, which we have a lot of hydrangeas at the Jersey Shore. Blue and white are special colors. I know the ones that grow around in my yard are hot pink. So when those come up, they're a fun thing to add to the table. We have the bamboo look for the silverware. And then this is a special light feature that we found that would just add a little bit of white still, but something that is a more of a kind of dramatic and eye-catching piece for the house. And I grew up in Wyoming, and most of our gatherings are very casual, and I continue to have that here. I like to have a pretty table, but I don't do assigned seats. There's a lot of laughter. Oftentimes we'll do the buffet line up here so that people can take their plates and serve themselves here and get up and enjoy that. There's a lot of conversation that happens around this table. Sometimes we will drop in a topic. In fact, I've had a dinner party where I asked everyone to bring an unpopular opinion about something, and then we will discuss all of those things. But typically in our crew, there's not much silence at any table, so it doesn't have to be too formal. We like to just gather around, and then sometimes then we'll head over here into this room, which is a little bit more of a formal seating room, but nothing is too formal here. This is where I showcase a few things that I care about. Peter and I met on an airplane. We haven't really talked about that too much. It was in 1997, and he lived in England. I lived here. Who would have thought it was ever going to work? Thankfully it did. And this is a picture from our first date in New Orleans in 1997. And back then, because we didn't have phones and the cloud, we don't have that many pictures of ourselves, but that one is special. This room is so great for a few reasons. I typically tend to read here in the late afternoon before dinner. It's also a great place to take a nap if you are ever going to do that. We do a lot of puzzles, and I love Liberty puzzles and artifact puzzles. These are ones with wooden pieces, and if you haven't seen these, I highly recommend them. So this would be the cover, okay? And then you have these big wooden pieces that are very colorful, and you'll get a piece like this. And they're really fun to work with. Here's a cat. And we find it's a great way to bond. The only difficult thing is going to bed and putting it away, and also not getting a crook in your neck from these. But typically, we do a lot of puzzles around here, and Liberty puzzles are special. They're also expensive. So what I've done is started a tradition here in Bayhead. When I finish one, I pass it on to somebody else, and then they all rotate around. So that's kind of fun. This is a special piece for me that comes from Seville, and there's a couple of others that I'll show you. I just fell in love with this artist. He takes classical paintings and then makes a cartoon out of them. And I love that. The fireplace here is a gas fireplace, which is really good. And here you have Peter's prized possession, all of this sea glass that he's found on the beach. I've contributed like 5 pieces, but he finds a lot more in the mornings when he takes Percy to his walks. I've mentioned Lauren Fritz. She gave a gift to me of organizing my bookshelves for me here. So there's just a lot of love and heart here for me that might not be something that a guest would immediately recognize unless they knew me fairly well. So for example, let me just give you an example. You have this picture here with the president. This was in January of 2009, just as he was about to leave office. And Peter had mentioned to me, I won't see him again as president. And I mentioned that to 43, and he said, let's bring him in. So this was the last picture of all of them together. Do a little, I don't really talk about it. I do a little ballroom dancing, and I got 3rd place at a recent competition. So I have that there. We won't talk about that too much more. Some vintage pins that Lauren Fritz found for me, Bush books here, a little card from the president for Peter. My friend Ingrid gave us this globe. I don't know how it works, but it constantly is moving. And there is some reason in terms of gravity that all works with the movement of the earth, and I kind of enjoy that. This is a special book. This is, let me pull this. Well, these are special. This is a book called The Children's Everything Within. Look at this. And Peter talked about this book that when he was a kid in England, this book was kind of like the encyclopedia that everyone had, and it would tell you all sorts of things about sports, the Bible, literature, myths and legends, and we found a copy for him on eBay. It's pretty precious. This is a book about books. Of course, you know I like that. The reason I wanted to grab this, when I was a little kid, I had an illustrated Bible, and I've talked about it several times on The Five. My parents divorced, and I don't know where that book ended up. I don't think I have it in my possession anymore. It could be somewhere, but I basically have lost track of it. And I mentioned this on The Five. And do you know that somebody who watches, who was a bus driver in Staten Island, sent this to me and said, I think this is the book that you were talking about. And it was. And I think it's so special that I have it now, and I had that connection from when I was a kid to coming on The Five, and somebody who was willing to give me their children's Bible. So I have these things here as a special little gift. This is a piece of art that came with the house when we bought it, and this wood paneling is original to the house before Hurricane Sandy, but they were able to treat it and save this wall. So we've left it like this, and I quite like it. It kind of reminds me of Colorado and Wyoming, where I have roots, and a little bit beachy as well. Well, as promised, Percy is making an appearance. Hi, Percy. How you doing? Okay, we can show them a trick maybe. One thing that Barbara Fritz found was this vintage rattan light. And we have gone through many versions, but it has lots of different settings. So it depends on what the day is like and how bright it is outside, how much reading light I need. There's also, this is a cute little thing. I don't have a lot of antiques, but this was given to Peter for Christmas from a good friend of ours who owns the bookshop in town. So here we go. Ready one more time? These are old-fashioned toys. You know, Laura Bush was once asked this question in an interview that I helped staff for her. And she said that what she thought made the White House a home for herself and the president and their daughters was that they had pets. And I don't know if you remember Barney and Miss Beasley, and they had a cat. I think the cat's name was India. And pets can make a house a home. And for us, our dogs have been very important in our life. When Peter and I first met and we lived in England, we had a dog named Henry, and he came to America. He lived in California rode all the way across the country. He was famous in Washington, D.C., and he even got to live in New York for a few months before he passed. And then we got Jasper, and after he passed away, we got Percy. And in our entire marriage, which is about 26 or 27 years now, we've only been without a dog for about 18 weeks total. So for us, the dog really helps make a house a home. I believe that this is my husband's 44th address in his life. And you wonder, how is that possible? Well, his dad was in the Royal Air Force and they moved around a lot. And then he was an international businessman, so he lived in a few different places. And we also moved a lot because of opportunity and my jobs that had changed. And it was during COVID that Peter said, this is where I want to be. And so that's how we ended up in Bayhead, New Jersey. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would become a Jersey girl. That was the farthest thing from my mind. I was born in Wyoming. Both of my parents grew up in Wyoming. My mom with a small business type family in Rawlins, and my dad on a ranch that my great-grandparents founded in the late 1800s. And I was 2 years old when we moved to Denver, and I can ride a horse very well. I love the mountains. I love the seasons. I love country western music, all of the things Western in my life. But when I was 22 years old, I'd finished graduate school. I came back to Colorado, not sure what I was going to do, trying to find a job in local media. My goal at the time was to be a main anchor on a great station, sort of in the southwest part of the United States. I speak fluent Spanish. I wanted to utilize it. And I got a job offer in Washington, D.C., answering phones for a congressman. And I thought, if I do that, I'll never get a chance to work in television. Well, that ended up not being true. But the whole reason that I am here today, welcoming you into my home in Bayhead, New Jersey, is because I took this circuitous route to get to doing national television. And that was through Washington, D.C., working on Capitol Hill, working then after 9/11 back at the Justice Department and then at the White House. And ultimately then after that is how I got to New York to work with Fox News. Outdoor space that we did not have a couple of years ago. Let me show you. So right here where these columns are, this is where the porch ended. There was a little deck upstairs, but this was it. We had a dining table out here, but there was no shade. We tried umbrellas, but they would blow over. It just wasn't enough. So we decided to extend that deck and provide shade for this area. So we have another place for everybody to gather when it's warm enough to be outside. So we spend a lot of time out here. This is a sideboard table that we use for the buffet. And also, you know, a dog toy here and there for Percy. These chairs are nice and thick, cozy, and I like, again, the blue accents. This used to have a waterfront view, but after Hurricane Sandy, they built up the dune in order to protect the houses. So this is what we look at. The ocean's just over there. This is something that we had at a house in South Carolina. We had a home in Palmetto Bluff for a while, and there was a porch swing. And so I would sit on that. In the summertime, I sat with my dog, Jasper, and I wrote, and the good news is, on that porch swing. Over here, we have an awning that can come out to provide more shade, and a little fireplace area here. Just yet another place to sit and a deck up there. This is something that Barbara Fritz found. It was a vintage bar, and she had it at another house. And I said, wait, I love that. So now it's over here. We have these little cups, Bayhead or nowhere. And right now it's just water, but we could put lots of other things in there if you wanted. This house was built many, many years ago, and it's gone through 2 hurricanes. Hurricane Sandy that took place in 2012 really wiped out this floor, so everything had to be redone. We bought it, and the kitchen, after about 12 years, needed another redo, so we did that. And Barbara Fritz, who is the decorator, helped design it. It's very clean and very white. It doesn't always look this perfect. I believe all the brass knobs are from Restoration Hardware. She did a quartz countertop, which is something that is great. One of the things I actually like about this is that I do like things to be clean and neat, and I was concerned about having white cabinets. The nice thing is about the finish of these is that they wipe off very nicely. So even if I see something, I can wipe it quickly and it's gone. That is something that we didn't have in the other house, but I love. The light fixtures here are some of my favorite things. I think they're dramatic and big and fun. Of course, the breakfast bar, which also becomes the laptop bar and the dinner bar, anything you want to do here at this bar. This is me being very brave, showing you what's inside my fridge. So here we go. Pretty typical. We don't have children, so we don't have a lot of like kid things, but you know, yogurts and all the different kinds of milks, egg whites, you got to have those. Some berries for your antioxidants. And the most important thing, farmer's dog for Percy. Yeah, he's fancy like that. This is one of the big features of the house, and it's repeated outside, and it's a spiral staircase that gives it, I would say, kind of a nautical feel. That's how I feel about it. And when I first walked in the house when we were going to buy it, it's just a showstopper, and this is something that I really wanted. We also, because we entertain a lot, we wanted some place where we could have a little bit of a bar area. So there's lots of places to sit in the house, and I love a swivel chair. I love these, and we added this bar. So this is a chance for us to showcase a couple of things that we love. In fact, this here, this Weber Ranch vodka, is a friend of ours. He helped take Patron Public, the tequila. Now they have an agave vodka, so we try to feature that. And a lot of this stemware is things that Barbara found. My drink of choice is actually pretty simple, vodka soda with a lime. We do have a lot of country music fans that come to the house, and so of course they like the whiskey, and I've got a Redneck Riviera back here. If you guys know John Rich, Big and Rich, that's his whiskey back there. If you know Lawrence Jones, I have tequila here for when he comes to visit. Lawrence Jones, he's a Fox and Friends co-host. And also he likes this tequila. And then somebody made this for Peter for his birthday, something special. I'm not a big tequila fan, but I have friends that are, so we make sure that they have something special here. This is interesting. A good friend of mine, she went on the pilgrimage in Spain, and she printed this for me because she said she heard me say this, and she loved it. It says, "Traveling is a reminder of how insignificant you are, but God thinks you're significant." And she loved that, and so she made that for me, which is really nice. This is kind of special to me. I have an assistant. I had an assistant named Caroline. She's now had a baby. And we'll show you this bedroom, but this is a scene of a sunrise in July. And she asked an artist to paint it. And so this is a watercolor, but this is the sunrise that we see in the summertime. We have lots of great books, lots of decorating books. This one's a lovely book about all the things that you can see along the sea. Here's my new one. Here's Peter and myself visiting the Bush Center in Dallas. So we try to bring all of the different parts of our life together. As I mentioned, Tony Snow, the press secretary, often had me fill in for him. And there was a 2-week period when I needed to do so. And I had always been very happy being behind the scenes. But there was nobody else to brief the press. I was it. So I am 5'1" on my best day, and he was 6'5". And they had made the podium for him. And when I went to do the briefing, I was nervous about what I was going to say. Was I going to make the president proud? Was I going to screw up? Was I going to start a war? All of those things. I got through it. It was great. The first week was fine. I had been asked, did I want them to make me a new podium? I said, no, that's such a waste of taxpayer dollars. I'll just stand on an apple box at Tony Snow's podium and it'll be fine. So the week goes by, it goes great. But that Friday night, my young assistant press secretary says, "Ma'am, I think they should make you a new podium for next week." And I said, "Oh, there's no need, it's fine. Tony's podium works well." And they said, "Actually, NBC News showed us the camera shot from the back of the room. And when you're at Tony Snow's podium, the seal above your head does not say the White House, it says the White Ho." for a week. And I'll never forget that cameraman from NBC News, Rodney. And he was looking out for me, and he said, we have to fix this. Now, this is before Instagram and Snapchat and Facebook and all the rest. Thank goodness. And let me show you into what I guess is the family room. There's lots of different places to sit, but this is a place where if we are going to watch a movie, we would do that. I like the blue couch. Again, we have kind of a nautical feel, but then these pops of pink that I really, really love. Barbara knew that I love backgammon. My dad would play with my sister and me for hours, and whoever beat that person played the next one. So this is a set that she got for us, and I like to have it out here and not away so that we are more likely to sit and talk and play a game rather than just watching TV or being on our screens. This is pretty fun. Little no one likes a shady beach. Like to have a little bit of fun where we can. This is actually pretty special to me. I had a dog named Jasper. There's been 3 dogs, Henry, Jasper, Percy. Jasper was the middle dog. He was probably the most famous. He was on Fox a lot. He loved to be on TV, would look straight into the camera. And this painting was commissioned by a friend of mine, a really well-known country music artist and songwriter named Amy Mayo. She wrote the song Amazed, in case you want to look that up. And her uncle painted this. And what I love about this is he has a gallery in Nashville. And he didn't know who Jasper was. He just painted this King Jasper. He was hanging it in his gallery, and people came in and they said, "Oh, you know America's dog, Jasper?" And he said, "Who is this dog?" Well, that's who he is. And Kelly Harwood is now a good friend of mine as well. So that's a special piece. I keep this book out. We read a lot. I love books. Joseph Mitchell has this book, Up in the Old Hotel. Great stories about New York. And I am not a native New Yorker. It's an adopted city, but I love it. And Charlie Hurt of Fox News gave this to me, and I love it very much. I also was gifted this painting here of Jasper. This was given to me by a local news anchor in Syracuse. And he appreciated a favor that I did for him, so he had that commissioned for me. We really do need warmth in this room in the winter, so the fireplace is really important for us to get some heat moving in here. For some reason, it's not that warm in here. This is special. So the 5, one time we went to Nashville with John Rich, and we wrote a song called Shut Up About Politics, and it went to #1 in the world, and it took the country music world by storm. You can see it on Spotify. This says, "Dana, we did it, #1, love ya, John Rich." I do not know how to play the guitar, but thankfully my husband does. And anybody else who comes by, if they want to give it a shot, we let them do that. Peter has quite a vinyl collection. Here we go. My sister does a lot of paint by number. Barbara has me hide these, but I like them. This was Peter on his Harley that has a sidecar, and he dressed up as Batman. Jasper was Robin. It was for a contest at a parade in South Carolina, and we won first place. So I was pretty proud of that. Here's just, again, like these bookshelves that are so important to us. This was Jasper. This is my mom here. I have pictures of President Bush here. A lot of my Fox friends have written books, and so I include them where I can. Of course, I remember getting this. This was a special gift from Jeannie Mamo, who was a good friend of mine, and gave this to me. She and I worked at the White House together. And you can see more. Savannah Guthrie and I worked together at the White House back in the day. Of course, she's on the Today Show now. So just a chance for me to have a lot of books. I try to move books along so that I don't have too many, but it's hard because I keep buying them wherever I can. This is one of my favorite photographs of a really fun time. I've mentioned Lauren Fritz. She is my good friend from Fox News, and her mother is the interior designer of this house. This is one of the cowboys. I don't actually know what he calls himself, in Spain, and he is an incredible horseman, and we got to have a private tour with him. That was just a great moment. Fox News colleagues, I'll never forget this. This was after COVID. This is when Brett Baer, Martha McCallum, Bill Hemmer, and the president of Fox News, Jay Wallace, we were all together celebrating post-COVID getting through that election. And there we had that. We inherited this pool table. I'm not the best player, but I wanted to keep this because it is a focal point for when we gather people around and just to, shoot the balls around a little bit. I really don't know how to play. I'm not great at it, but I like to watch and comment. This here is a painting that was commissioned in the Jersey Shore. She used to do a lot of these, but she had never, ever painted a dog in a picture before. So this was her first one, and that was Jasper. He loved fetching sticks in the ocean. This is a little bit special. This is what our house looks like from the outside. And that's an old antique vintage picture that somebody found at an antique store around town, and they painted it on this shell. So I keep that as a little keepsake, indeed. I mentioned that my husband has had 44 homes. This is a place called Ely in Scotland. That is one of the places where he lived. There is an Air Force base, a Royal Air Force base, and that is nearby that water. So we have that as a special little homage to that. And then years ago, Greg Gutfeld sold to Peter his Metropolitan, Nash Metropolitan. It's in the garage now, but this was a painting that was commissioned of that little car that's really fun. Interestingly enough, these were the first cars ever marketed to women. They're small, they're cute, and they're fun. There's no seatbelts though, so I don't like to go in too often. In January of 2009, I left the day that President Bush went home to Texas, and I went on a trip. My husband and I spent a month in Africa, in South Africa in particular. We did 2 weeks of volunteer work and 2 weeks of safari and learning more about the country. And I loved it. But when I came back, I needed to get to work. And really one of the only things I truly wanted to do was to have some sort of a presence on cable television. And my hope was it would be Fox, but I wasn't sure if that would work out. But I had a champion and a secret weapon, and that was Sean Hannity. And he was the one who said, I think she's got something special. Let me try. Now, please don't go back and look for any of those early tapes. They have to be terrible. But he invited me every week to come up and to be on his show with Stuart Varney, who now is one of our main anchors at Fox Business and a wonderful guy. Also British like my husband, and I got along very well with him. I had a variety of jobs. I was working in PR. I was appointed to the Broadcasting Board of Governors under President Obama as one of the Republican nominees to that position. I had a Minute Mentoring organization that I had started. I was giving a lot of speeches. I was on doing charity work. And when you leave a White House, you truly believe that the last call you got is the last call you will ever get. That obviously turned out not to be true. But in all of those things that I did, the only thing that I loved the most, that I would drop everything for, was if they asked me to be a guest on any of the Fox programs. So I would do Fox and Friends. I would do daytime programming. I'd go up for Hannity, or maybe even get the chance to be on that time, the O'Reilly Factor. Brett Baer and I knew each other from the White House days when he covered President Bush. And what really changed things was in July of 2011, I was just getting home from Africa, and I was at Dulles Airport at baggage claim waiting for my suitcase, and I get a call, and it's from Fox. And would you be willing to come up for about 5 weeks this summer, just for a temporary program? It's going to be 5 people sitting around a table for 1 hour at 5 o'clock, and it's just for 5 weeks. And I thought, wow, ugh, in the summer, yuck, there's no place worse than the middle of Manhattan in the summertime. And I called Peter, and he said, congratulations. This is what you've always wanted. And 14 years later, we are still doing that show. And Greg Gutfeld and I are the two still original people that started it together. He and I didn't know each other. We are great friends, but we didn't know each other really. And the only reason we sit next to each other on the 5 is because we are the 2 shortest people at Fox, and the lighting worked well for us to be there together. From there, I also did other programs as a guest. But then in October of 2017, I started the Daily Briefing with Dana Perino. And then in 2020, that all changed as well. And I had an opportunity to be with Bill Hemmer doing America's Newsroom, which is one of the bedrock news programs of Fox. So anchoring that with him from 9 to 11 a.m. and then still doing the 5 from 5 to 6. And then there was one other assignment that I loved, and that was the election coverage team. I love this team. I think that we are the best at it. We have so much fun, and we're also the most knowledgeable. We have great sources, and it has been a wild ride, as everybody can imagine. And then in addition to that, Fox has given me the opportunity to do something I always wanted to do. There's a book in my basement. It's a little cloth-covered book from first grade. And I remember the assignment was you had to write, what did you want to be when you grew up? And I wrote an author. Fox has been able to help me make that dream come true. I have 4 books under my belt, and then I have a brand new one. And I'm really proud of it. I think it's a little gem. It's called I Wish Someone Had Told Me, The Best Advice for Building a Great Career and a Meaningful Life. And how about Percy and I take you upstairs to show you a couple of more rooms? So this is a hallway leading into one of my favorite guest rooms. This painting comes from the same artist in Sevilla, and I love the colors. And then Lauren Fritz, she's quite the artist. She painted this as well, and it really goes with this room here. And welcome to this little guest bedroom. It's my sister's favorite place to stay, my mom's too. I have a little bit of a green theme going in here. So this is a nice chair, a little bamboo seat for your feet. This is a piece of art that I've had for years. When I lived on Capitol Hill and I had finally a little extra money, I bought this print from one of the artisans there at Eastern Market, and I've kept it. It reminds me of all those fun times I had in Washington, D.C. My memories there from Capitol Hill are very fond, and it also gave me a great tie-in to the greens of this room. And the special thing about this guest bedroom is that when you come out, you have the ocean view, and the staircase, we kept the spiral theme, and the artisans who did that were quite good at their jobs, of course. And then more places to sit, the blues and the pinks, and one of the favorite features, the American flag. And Percy likes to sit up here and take in the air, and we love a sunrise, and sometimes we move the furniture and have a little yoga party out here, which is quite fun to do. And now we will go up to my special little spot. Again, another spiral staircase. Come on up. And this is what we call the perch, and it's kind of my room. People are allowed up here, but really it is my space. Some fun pictures of me and Jasper, Peter and I with Percy, and a little beach theme. I decided to get an old-fashioned alarm clock, so I have that here and keeps me on task. This is where I do a lot of my writing. This is a vintage desk that Barbara Fritz found, and she got me this lovely mat that is a beach scene. So I keep that here, because sometimes I'm trapped up here writing. And a nice little Lily Pulitzer notebook. It's quite nautical. The wallpaper is quadrille. I love it. It feels like spring and health all year round. It's one of my favorite spots. Again, also vintage bookshelf with some neat things like, for example, a little White House themed pen. This pen was made from wood of the flooring that they had to replace, and so they made these for us. A good friend of mine gave me this candle, and I love it. I don't burn it because I'm afraid of not having this candle, but I probably should. But it's called The First Draft, which I think is brilliant. This is actually my favorite cartoon. Oh my gosh. So I was the White House press secretary, and sometimes you can get a little frustrated with reporters. This says, guy at the podium to a crowd, hey you. No, not you. The guy next to you. Nope, farther. No, not him. You. Yeah, you? Yeah. F you. My favorite. Bayhead has a lake, and so we were there. I went to Rwanda not too long ago and visited a friend's charity, and we also got to go and visit gorillas. These were some really wonderful young people doing some traditional dances, welcoming us to that beautiful spot. Africa is important to me. This area is where I do all my writing, and I sit and I look out at the ocean, and I have this quiet space. It's usually very silent up here, which I need silence in order to work. And then there's some workout equipment here to make sure I stay on task. Pilates, I love. The Wunda chair is a great investment. It will last you forever. And then I have a little spot to go and sit outside here. Do some yoga sometimes by myself. But it's really lovely. And if you look up this way, you can see all the way to Point Pleasant Beach. One of the best things about working at a White House, and the best way not to get a big head about it, is to share it with other people. And we had just been to Africa on a presidential trip, and I was very moved. And to this day, my husband and I volunteer and are supportive of a couple of different key charities that we think do a great job in Africa. But it all started because of my access to it through President Bush. On my way home from that trip, I read a book by a reporter, Helene Cooper. She writes for the New York Times to this day. And she had grown up in Liberia. That's one of the countries that we visited when we were there. And America has a very special relationship and a responsibility for Liberia. Many freed Black slaves had returned to Liberia in order to help get that country going. It was the first democracy in Africa. It had gone through a lot of civil war. And Helene was a young girl when that civil war broke out. And she writes this beautiful book, and I read it. I was very moved. At the end of the book, it turns out that her sister was going to be coming to the United States for a visit, a sister that she had left behind in Africa, somebody who had been adopted into the family. I was very moved by this story, and I sent Helene a note, and she writes back saying, guess what? My sister's coming next week. And so later that day, I saw President Bush, and I said, Mr. President, I just talked to Helene, and this book is so good, I think you'd really like it. And by the way, her sister is going to be in Washington next week. Isn't that amazing? And he said, should we invite her to the Oval Office? I said, I think we should. And that next week she got to come, and it was such a moving moment. I can see it all in my mind right now. And there's several little key moments like that that are not necessarily profound, and it wasn't like meeting any world leader, but to me, meeting that woman who was able to come see her sister, to know that the President of the United States and the taxpayers of the country were willing to try to help them. It was very moving, and we did that a lot. I have a friend I worked with at the White House who had a great description, because I think a lot of people see it as a big mysterious place. And in a way it is. It should have some intrigue. And you can see shows like The West Wing or Veep, and truly a lot of them do a pretty good job of things. But I think people would be surprised at how many times things happen by chance. The White House is not like the Wizard of Oz and everything is behind the curtain. Some things just happen and there's no conspiracy to it. And I have a very good friend who used to work for Condoleezza Rice, and he told me, the longer I work in government, the more convinced I am that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Like, it's very hard to get coordination anyway, let alone big conspiracies. One of the things I say to young women is, if you are an educated young woman in America, most of the people in the world would rather trade places with you. And you have to ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen if I try? And one of the things I've learned is just how quickly time flies. And I want to buy everyone's extra minutes so that I can have more time in the day. But it's the most bipartisan thing in the world. We all get the same amount of time in a day. And so I'm inspired by wanting to do my very best so that I can achieve all of the aspirations. I was White House press secretary at a very young age, and that time it went by very quickly. And now I have this opportunity to provide my thoughts and entertain millions of people every single day, and then to also reach others, especially younger people, when it comes to the self-help and advice books and mentoring books that I've been doing. And also just to have some fun and some joy in life. That's really what I think this house has given to me, and it's a real blessing.
Oh, hello there. Hey, Homeworthy. I'm Skylar.
I'm Temi.
And welcome to our Brooklyn townhouse. Why don't you come on in?
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
I'm Temi.
I'm Skylar. We're both multidisciplinary artists,
Yep.
so we do a wide variety of things.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot of luxury content marketing across lifestyle, home, fashion.
Fashion.
Yeah, and I feel like we've been, go ahead.
Creative direction.
Yep, creative direction, consultation work on the brand end. We're just both big lovers of art and poetry, and so we do everything we can to infuse that into our work.
Yeah.
We are currently in Brooklyn, New York. We're both born and raised in Georgia, actually. His family's from Nigeria.
Yours is Barbados. Only, 30 minutes away from each other?
Absolutely. We grew up
Georgia?
30 minutes away from each other in
Without
Georgia.
knowing.
Had no idea until we met. And yeah, we've been together ever since. I've been here about maybe 7
years. I've been here about 6 years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then I've been in New York for 11 years, and Tami's been here for 6 years. So this is the entryway into our home, and one of the most integral parts, in my opinion, because it is the first thing people see, and first impressions are everything.
Everything.
Absolutely. So we were actually thinking a lot about how, when it came to people entering the space, how kind of uncomfortable it might be to be immediately greeted by the back of our couch.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided to greet people with our conversation pieces, our coffee table books.
And our coffee table books really speak to us and who we are as individuals.
Yeah.
You'll find a wide
Everything,
array,
honestly, everything. We've got Black
Lassiter and
Futures.
Legis, Outside the Frame,
Yep.
by Thames and Hudson. We have our friend Joe Kenneth there at the bottom.
Absolutely. Tyler Mitchell's I Can Make You Feel Good, Black Futures, of course, Black Fashion Fair. It was our first edition, and so it's still in the plastic, still in the acrylic box. We're not playing games
Not
about
taking that
one.
out until
We'll probably
2062.
we'll give it to our kids as kids.
Yeah.
We also have Afro Atlantic, Writing the Future with Basquiat and the hip hop future generation.
We have some Hayao Miyazaki over there. We are both big Studio Ghibli fans.
Absolutely. Big Japanese, anime,
All
storytelling,
anime, yeah.
craft fan. So because of Studio Ghibli, Hayao Miyazaki was an easy choice to
Too
have.
easy.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Totoro.
Absolutely. And then so we also have a piece by Maya Beverly. She's my cousin and also a brilliant artist. We wanted sculpture and color to play into the space, just to, again, add texture in a really fun way.
Yeah, I really wanted, your visual senses to be well fed
Yeah,
when you walk
absolutely.
through the door.
And to give you something to talk about, we are yappers, but just in case we run out of things to say, we have books to talk about. Let the people know we're well read. And then on this side of the entry, because we haven't painted all of our downstairs area.
Well, this one is by my favorite artist.
You like her?
Yeah, she's great. Love her, actually.
Well, it's me. That's why. I actually love arts and crafts. Temi loves me, so he lets me play around and put things up in our home. You'll see another piece that I've also done as we move through the space. But we wanted something that, again, was really big, larger than life, welcoming as people walked into the space. And so it's really just homey, because we have this piece that I've created, and then also a vintage bench that we sourced. And then just a lot of organic pieces that play into the space to make it feel fun and at home.
Yeah.
So as we move into the living room area, we have our favorite couch by Sarah Ellison.
Skylar wanted a conversation pit
I
in our
wanted
home.
a conversation pit so badly.
And I was like, we're not gonna drill into the floor of this home. But this is literally the next best thing. I mean, you wanna sit down in it?
Absolutely, we have to show them like the full.
Like you can get so deep in it, it doubles as a bed, a couch.
It has been used as a bed to my
an actual conversation pit.
It was tough, but
That's nice.
We knew that this was something that was an easy add because it's super timeless, and then also something that people could feel really comfortable.
People love this couch.
Yeah, it's definitely a focal piece of the space. We actually started with this couch and we just decided to build. So you'll see a lot of pieces from our Nordic knots rug. The coloring is really fun. We also have this really dope side chair that Temi is obsessed with. Yeah. What did you say it reminds you of? Like the front of a car.
An old school Chevy.
Yeah, absolutely, which is like really vibey. And you'll see a lot of textures kind of playing into the space in a fun way.
Yeah, this one's beautiful too, from Anthropology.
Absolutely.
This is our plant.
The love of Temi's life. He's put so much life into this plant. I will call out too, Temi and I love to travel, and when we travel, the biggest way we pass our time outside of reading and taking lots of cute pictures is actually by playing chess.
Yeah, I actually started playing chess in middle school and I never stopped there. It's just a great way to have conversation, keep your brain active.
He loves to beat me, so I don't know. That's why he likes to play chess, because he knows he's really good. And then above our chess and side table, which I actually think this is a great example too of like both of our energies coming into the space, because it's functional but also beautiful. You can play with it.
The Dame Moore right overhead.
And then we have our Dame Moore piece. We have a couple of pieces by this artist in our space, but it just has so much personality and like fun energy that it adds to this room, along with a lot of the shapes. So we have like this really funky lamp in this corner that also kind of plays off of some of the sculpture that we have on our side table that people often will lean onto, rest their drinks on, all the things. As we move into the center of the room, this is actually a Christmas decoration that Temi hasn't said anything about. So
I love it. Yeah, no, do your thing.
Okay,
it's actually beautiful.
Okay, good. I'm so glad we could come. I waited to breach it during this video. So
just so many things you can choose from. Let's start at the bottom. We recently visited the Alvin Ailey exhibit at the Whitney Museum.
Yeah.
Wow.
Blew our minds.
So good.
Obsessed.
What an exhibit.
And I told Temi I'm leaving here with something. Every time we leave a museum, I need a book to add to our collection.
And that's how you know it's a good exhibit, when you're touched to the point that you want to take some of it home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we ended up doing that. And then we have some prints from some of our
favorite artists and great friends. So we knew that it was important for us to create and collect and curate Black art in our home that was of creators who are still alive, so that we can give them their flowers now.
Clennon, we have Tayo Kuku Jr.
We have Dante Maurice and Ahmad Barber for Black Fashion Fair.
We
just
have
a really
Jordan
striking
Blake.
piece. Jordan Blake with our friend CJ in it. I think these pieces just add so much storytelling to the space.
Yeah.
Like such great texture and I don't know, there's just so much about it that adds to what we have going on here.
And you feel the skill in what they do and the intention as well. They're all legendary photographers, and I just can't wait to see what they continue to build from here.
For sure. And then of course I have to shout her out again, Maya Beverly. This piece by Maya is also a brilliant piece. She just does a really good job of capturing the essence of like a feeling in her pieces, and I think this really just grounds the media cabinet in a really great way. This is actually from Target, and then I painted it because I love to give things new life. So we have a mix of a lot of new pieces and vintage pieces. For instance, this bowl, which we thrifted, that again, I'm just a texture girl. I love anything that adds a little flavor to the space.
So what we're wearing today, I have a thrifted bowed top from 2nd Street. I have jeans from Honor the Gift, Russell Westbrook's band, big OKC fan, so only natural.
Loves to put on, yeah.
I have a Larvae watch from Germany.
Which we fought tooth and nail to get a hold of. It was tough.
Had to get it through customs and everything, but well worth it. Oura ring, big about my health. Fossil watch ring.
Simwero, and Omi Woods. Yep, such a good balance. And then for me, this is actually a skirt I thrifted while we were in Japan. We have been to Japan 3 times in the last year span alone. We love it there.
We love Japan. It feels like home.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spent a lot of money there, and a lot of it is clothes. And then my top is from Febin, also on Essence. I just love how artsy it is. It's like adds so much flavor to my look, and there's so many ruffles and crinkles, and it just is so full of life.
Yeah,
so
it makes you the art that you are.
Oh, period. Gas me up. And then for my rings, I also have Simwero, Greece, New York, which is based here in Brooklyn, as well as SoCal, and then some thrifted pieces as well.
What about the earrings?
Oh, and my earrings are from Ferris Jewelry and Justine Clonquet. And my little fur slippers are actually from Steve Madden. How fun are they? You know, she's comfortable, she's chic, but she's comfortable in her home. Yeah, absolutely. So we met on Instagram.
It was
nothing I could have ever imagined would ever happen.
Yeah. It was a warm fall night. You know, I was scrolling.
Not a warm fall night. I love that you have these adjectives ready to go.
I was scrolling and I'm like, no, I had seen a friend's
reposted me on a trip. Yes.
Yeah, and I was just like, who is this? Like,
he was a ham, and he slid in my DMs, and he called me Muse, and that's how you get my attention. I like being called, you know, something beautiful. So when I saw him in my DMs, I was like, who's this handsome man? We went back and forth. We started to share our love for like music and food and, you know, art and
culture.
Yeah, I think the reason he ended up really snagging me is because he made me a playlist. Within the first 5 minutes of us going back and forth, he was like, I'm gonna make you a playlist. And it was curated and had my name at the top. And I was like, who do you do this for? Is this just me? Or am I special? I convinced him to move to New York. He thought I was gonna move back to Atlanta with him.
We were long distance for a year.
Absolutely.
And so then I moved from DC to Atlanta because I was like, I'm convinced her to come back to Atlanta with me.
I don't know what he thought. New York is the city of dreams, baby. I wasn't going anywhere.
I was in New York for a few months and then it was wrapped.
Yeah, it was wrapped. I just think we found so many beautiful aspects of our relationship in this city together. So it's so easy for us to kind of fall into step. And we've been together for 6.5 years and we're locked in right now.
Ready for 7.
Absolutely.
So we love to host. Again,
absolutely.
When friends come over, we want them to feel like they're actually at home. When you come into the space, the first thing you see is our prized possession.
Yeah, our Arnold Butler piece. It was the first piece that the first pieces of art we've ever bought.
Yeah, it was commissioned.
Yeah, we commissioned it from Arnold. He is just a brilliant artist based out of Atlanta, so that was also great to be able to kind of show him love and let him create a piece that would tie the space together. Before we got more moved into this space, we actually hadn't painted the walls, and so we decided to have a piece that could feel like it was, you know, filling up the space and adding color. We also have these beautiful chairs by Lulu in Georgia. We knew we wanted to mix and match because, again, balance. So there's chairs here that are more aesthetically pleasing and beautiful, and then the comfy ones.
The nice
so something for Temi, something for me. Yeah.
These chairs feel like mini couches.
Absolutely.
They're absolutely amazing.
Yeah. And then for our centerpiece, we actually got this from a studio in Cape Town while we were visiting a designer, Emily for Shelligance. Yep. It's just all of her pieces are based off of pieces or shells that you might find when you're walking on the shore.
Yeah, if you ever have the chance to visit Cape Town, swing by her shop. It's amazing, but also the property/farm that she lives on is
just
beautiful
gorgeous
as
and
well.
Everything I would like to do with my life. But we literally walked in, saw it, and I told Temi, I need this.
Yeah,
we have
it's
to leave with this. So we actually paid for this centerpiece. She shipped it in a crate, and we hadn't even moved in yet. We kept it in the crate in our last apartment until we moved here, and it was the first thing that we put out. I mean, once our dining table finally arrived, which Temi picked this dining table out. Because he loved the shape of it and the design of it.
Yeah, we used to have like a large 8-person cedar dining table, and for this home, it just didn't feel like that was needed with everything being so close to each other.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And because the space is not properly separated, we wanted to make sure that they still felt distinct.
Yeah, they each had their own
little corner, lush
little
corner.
nook.
So we have this 4-seater, so it's super intimate and feels super good. And we set the table because we didn't know if you guys were, gonna stay and have a little something to eat. I don't know.
A little
If you're
Winston
hungry,
bakery.
we have something here for you.
My favorite piece.
The love of his life, outside of me, and yeah.
So I definitely wanted to make sure that the bar kind of gave an upper echelon hotel kind of vibe to it. So I did a lot of research onto bar carts that kind of upgrade your home per se. So we actually got this from
Jonathan Adler.
And it's crazy because we're not actually people who drink.
We don't drink at home. I'll have a glass of wine. Sometimes we'll have it over dinner, but we don't really drink unless we have friends over, which I know you probably think, that's crazy with all that they have, but we have to keep it fully stocked because we love to have people in our house.
This portion right here, nice to make drinks off, drinks on while people enjoy the living room or the dining space or in the kitchen.
Yeah, it actually really comes in really handy because we need as much surface area as possible when we have people over. So then when we pop this out, we can make a couple of drinks.
Pass it around.
Yeah, put whiskey on the rocks. Is that what the guys do? And then we're good to go. Or the girls, because I heard there's different preferences with what the people like these days. But yeah, I think it's such a great and multifunctional bar cart. And again, a great balance of both of our energy. It's just so beautiful, but then it has so many components to it.
Yeah, it's functional in its use, but it's also functional in its timelessness.
Yeah.
I mean, this will probably be with us for the rest of our lives.
Absolutely, super timeless. And we were thinking about that as we were sourcing items. How can we be intentional? Will this last in any space that we go into? I think our design preferences are maximalist mixed with Japanese flavor mixed with also a lot of modern energy.
Yeah, a lot of Afro energy as well.
Absolutely. So we wanted to make sure that the pieces that we pulled or bought were able to kind of speak to all of those. And then of course the top of the bar cart has a wide variety of options. It is also a little display as well. Yeah.
You got your non-alcoholic, alcoholic.
Yeah. And we also will then wipe this when people come over clean. We'll move everything off, and we'll often do cocktails here or have hors d'oeuvres here or charcuterie. Really depends on the vibe. But there's so much that we get to do with this part of the house. This is little nook that we have.
Yeah, own space.
Absolutely.
And next we have these bar stools from First Dibs. Another one of my many favorite pieces in the house. The seat is small, but it's so comfortable to actually sit in. I love to just sit here, get a bunch of work done for most of the day.
And Temi thought a lot about because I was really big on just getting really cute bar stools, again, that just looked good and felt good. But Temi actually had read an article about how you can elevate your space by treating your bar area as if you were at an actual bar.
Yep.
And so when we thought about what kind of chairs we wanted, he really landed on a color and a vibe that will reflect that, something that you might actually find at your local neighborhood bar.
It just makes me feel like the kind of bar where I could sit down and get a drink, but also get some work done.
Absolutely.
We work from home so much. So
oh my gosh. So we like to spread out. We really work in every single room. But then also we yap a lot. So when he's cooking breakfast or I'm cooking breakfast, the other person is chilling on the bar stools,
talking it up,
typing or talking away. Yeah. We also have some really great vintage thrifted pieces here, from everything from our cutting boards to these cinnamon and sugar shakers, even these travertine holders. We really love to play around with how we're mixing things into the space so that it feels like it's been lived in, and not everything is brand new. Also, Temi loves to save his money. I spend the money, but he likes to save it. So it's great to do that because I also love to thrift.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So the way we found this townhouse was we were ready to move out of our last home, and Brooklyn is so competitive nowadays. To really dig in and find what you want, you have to be on Street Easy, Zillow.
Up until odd hours of the morning. Yeah, it was aggressive for a minute because we knew in our last apartment it was just a 2-bedroom and it was not enough space. At a certain point, Temi was losing his mind because he could not find all his clothes because they were under boxes and bags, and it was just...
I just started wearing the same thing.
Yeah,
a rotation
there's
of
no
3 fits,
creative expression, and so that was our excuse to get a bigger house. We were We need to find our clothes. We need to see all our clothes laid out. So we wanted to find a spot that was big enough for the both of us to really feel like we could move around. And then also so that like a backyard, we love to host. So having somewhere where people could really spread out and feel like they're at home.
Yeah, they're
was
in
important.
the area, they just come slide through.
Yeah, and we knew Bed-Stuy was somewhere we wanted to stay. We've stayed on the cusp of like Bed-Stuy and Bushwick before, but Bed-Stuy we just are in love with, and it's just like the best place ever. Our community's here, so we wanted to find an apartment in the area, and so we were up late. At 1 in the morning.
I had gone to bed.
And I patted him away. I said, get up, it's time to activate. So we literally hit up the owner that night, and we were like, we'll come and see it in the morning. We had our paperwork ready to go.
And
we
they
came
responded.
and they immediately in the morning, they were like, come through, 8 a.m. So we found it at 1 a.m., went to see it at 8 a.m., put our paperwork in by 9 a.m., and we're locked by 10. We were not playing any games with this apartment.
Like, just good to go.
Yeah.
It was really a blessing. Like, at that moment, when we were ready to re-sign at the place we already were, like, this gift of a home came to us. Now the part of the house that has my heart.
Because he loves to eat. That's why
kitchen.
it has his heart. Yeah, and I'm not mad at it. It is just such a beautiful space.
Yes.
We wanted to keep it pretty simple in here because we're doing so much in the living room and the dining room. There's a lot of energy and personality to those spaces. And because the kitchen can get very, I think, dirty pretty quickly or just messy really quickly, we didn't want to have too much on the counter space. I think also we were scarred from our last apartment. We had no counter space.
None.
Everything was on the counters. It was a mess. So we were like, no, we need to actually peel it back a bit and keep it really light. So we have a lot of really strong, I think, pieces in here, but that are really subtle. So we have our Christina Martinez piece, as well as another Day Moore piece.
Our good cacti that we've had for about 2 years now.
Yes, and it's been through some things, but we put it in this really beautiful cobalt blue planter to bring some color to the space, along with the stool. My favorite stool that I was telling you guys about, that is just the best. All right, that's the best ever. We just have a lot of lighter pieces. I think this is definitely the more minimal part of our downstairs area. Yeah.
Minimal, but also brings a level of peace. Has a lot of room to whether you want to put your laptop, tablet down while you cook a meal.
Just because it's a little bit, it's a beautiful kitchen with space, but it can get tight pretty quickly. When you start to bring the pans out and the cutting boards out, you still want to be able to move around and host. We like for people to be able to come in here and lean around. So
chill.
Yeah, and we learned the hard way what it looks like when you're like stuffing things into the kitchen. But we've been thinking about actually maybe putting a wallpaper or of some sort on this wall to add a little bit of flavor. You'll also see as you move through the kitchen, especially a lot of pieces that we actually source when we're traveling, because we're not really big into like cheesy souvenirs and knickknacks when we travel. So we'll bring back bowls and cups because I love cups.
She loves cups
Tami's
so much.
tired of the cups, but he actually got me cups for my birthday yesterday.
Yeah,
so that
really
was
nice
so fun. And so this area, I'm going to give it to Temi because it's his pride and joy, but we have tea from Portugal and we have Japanese teacups. We really have it, or coffee cups that we have. There's so much, variety to our space over here. And then the star of this corner, which is Tami's espresso machine.
My Breville espresso machine. So I started actually drinking coffee maybe about 5 years ago. One of our good friends, some of our good friends, Kasim and Chandler, they constantly drank Dunkin' Donuts coffee every morning. And so that was my nice little introduction to coffee. And then I started to dibble and dabble in it and found some that I really like. So I really love blue bottle coffee, espresso beans. I do the decaf for Skylar because she's not really a caffeine fiend like that. Yeah. But yeah, I just really have come to love the process. It's kind of part of my morning routine. Get up in the morning, stretch, come down, take my time making a nice cup of espresso, sometimes mixing in some milk. We love Chobani creamer right now. That's definitely our go-to. But yeah, this is just a nice way for me to de-stress or just kind of wake up my body and my mind before getting our day started.
And we start our day outside of journaling in the dining room. We will often come straight to the kitchen. He gets his coffee, I get my tea, which we have a large array of, and we'll just like chill in here. I think that's also why we kept it really light in here, because there's so much light and we just wanted it to feel like beautiful and airy and calming in this space, as opposed to like an onslaught for your senses.
It's a really beautiful way to wake up.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We also have just knickknacks throughout the space. These beautiful measuring cups. We get a lot of pieces from Etsy. So you'll see, I'll try to call them out, but these we got from Etsy, and I'm such a fan because they're just so beautiful. And we have serving spoons that are also in this same design. Again, different thrifted cutting boards and bowls, just things that like I'll see and make me feel good. So I'm like, we need it in the kitchen.
Yeah, we keep this Japanese hand fan
in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. It's nice to just see. And I remember the exact moment we got it. It's just nice to see like small reminders of where we've traveled to and where we've been and the memories associated with it.
Absolutely. And I think that it's so cool because then immediately you're taken back to that space and kind of transported in a really cool way.
Yeah. When it comes to our home, we make sure to sprinkle plants and living things throughout it. Outside of Momo, it just kind of adds to the life of the building.
Yeah, absolutely. It helps it breathe a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're living in a museum.
Right, exactly. And it just adds so much, I think like, it adds so much ambiance to a room. And I feel like especially with the florals that we choose, we work with a florist, especially for these florals, Olive florals, and she chooses artsy florals that are reflective of the decor that we have in our home. And then the plants that we have, which are, we've really tried to keep alive and keep going.
Snake plants, money plants.
Cacti, it's all just really, it just adds, again, another layer to the space that's been really fun to play with.
And if you have a plant, there's no better feeling than
keeping it alive.
And
seeing it flourish,
seeing it flourish and seeing it grow over time.
And I will say, in this home, our plants have flourished the most. We've seen them grow in ways unimaginable, especially with our banana tree plant in the, is it a banana tree plant?
The Birds of Paradise.
Goodness gracious.
With our Birds of Paradise, we've seen it grow for sure. It was about yay big when we first got it, and now it towers over me.
Absolutely.
And you'll see it upstairs. We have a Ficus Audrey that was shocked when it came into the house.
Yeah.
The leaves were falling. It was almost branch or leafless.
I said, same sis, but then we filled up the space and then she got right. And so did I. It was like, it's been balanced. So yeah, it's been really cool to bring a lot of plants into space. And actually we got a little carried away at some point, but the fun part about this home is there's many rooms that we can shove them all into. And they're right in front of big, beautiful windows that kind of let all that light in to keep them alive. Yeah.
Well, this is our wall of souvenirs.
That actually is what it is. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad we have a name now. When we moved in, we were like, what are we going to do with this space? And I like for things to just look beautiful so that when you're looking around, you're taking everything in. So we actually decided to cram all of these beautiful pieces from all over the world into this space. So we have another Maya Beverly piece, this beautiful little face that she actually gifted us when we bought her other two pieces for our living room space, which was really sweet. And then it just adds such a little face to the space. Yeah. And speaking of little faces, we also have these beautiful bowls from Mexico City that were tough. They were tough to get because Temi thought they were a little scary looking, but I think they're so precious. Look at their little scrunched up faces.
I'm not trying to have something look back at me.
It's me with an attitude, so I understand why he has an aversion.
We have these bottles of wine from Portugal, our second home. We love Portugal so much. I don't remember the exact name of the cafe we were at, but we had these glasses and we were like, please, can we go home with 2 bottles?
Absolutely.
Here at the bottom, some of my favorite cups from Japan.
We got these while they're vintage pieces that we got from a store called Vase along the Maguri River.
Yep.
And in Tokyo. And they just had a wide selection of glasses that were all handmade by the shop. And it was just gorgeous. We knew we had to leave with a few, and there are such great conversation pieces, but then if you want a little glass of wine, they're really great for that too. Absolutely.
We also have some more glasses from Sophie Lou here.
I mean, and then thrifted pieces. So we actually found these in Brooklyn. Down the street, there was a church that used to be it always had a big antique sale. If you've lived in Brooklyn for long enough, you know about it. It recently actually closed down, which I'm really sad about, because the guy who sold the pieces for the church actually went to estate sales upstate and then would bring them back on a truck and sell it here, which is just like my heaven. So I got so many great pieces, and I remember sending a picture of these to Temi and going, we need these, right? And he never says no. He's always like, absolutely, of course we do. And then at the very, very top, we have champagne glasses from Soho Home. We love Soho Home's overall aesthetic, and how they use texture and color and all the things to layer a space. So we figured, why not get some beautiful glasses from them as well? And we've actually only broken these out maybe once or twice, so we need to use these more, actually. This is a great excuse. We'll probably pop a bottle after this. What are you thinking?
I'm liking that.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
When it comes to the design layout of our home, we have a total of 4 levels. We have our living room, kitchen, bathrooms, of course. We have our vinyl room, bedroom. We have a content room, a guest bedroom.
We have a basement, which was just a heaven send because it has storage, and we had no storage in our last apartment. Oh my gosh, no one talks about how in New York City you will find a beautiful apartment, but there will be no closets, or there will be no space.
Or you'll have to bring your own, you bring your own dresser.
Oh my gosh, we can't go back now. And then we also have a backyard, a beautiful backyard with a patio that goes down to a lower level where we have grass for Momo to run around in. When it came to filling up the space, we knew we wanted people to be able to flow room to room. I'm really big into feng shui, into how energy moves through a space,
and how a room makes you feel.
And how it makes you feel. And we wanted people to feel like our home was an extension of us, of our energy. And we like to think we're warm and welcoming. How are y'all feeling right now? I don't know. Let us know. So we were talking about, okay, well, how can we play, and how can we bring a lot of like maximalist, heavy texture, color, like modern, but then also a lot of Japanese inspired design. There's like no rules. There's no rules with our space. It was just whatever feels good.
How do we make things, not only beautiful, but also functional as well?
Absolutely. It's meant to be like a retreat for the creative spirit. And so both for us, so that when we come home from working or shooting or traveling, we're excited to come home. But then also for when people come into our home, they feel like, oh, I've been here before, or this feels really familiar.
Like we want it to feel like a home away from home, but also, I guess, with the upkeep of a hotel almost.
We talk a lot about how Temi loves functionality, and then I love aesthetic and design. So we always have to compromise with the pieces that we've selected for every room, and you guys will see that as we move from room to room, how we are really intentional about something looking beautiful, but then also feeling comfortable or making sense.
Yeah, that's why we have this couch and there's not a hole in the ground right
Absolutely.
You wanted a conversation pin?
Yes, well, we couldn't get a conversation pin, so what makes sense? And so there's so many things that it was definitely a back and forth conversation. There's a lot of masculine and feminine energy in the space because we wanted to make sure both of us were represented, and then just colors that make you feel good and evoke a lot of inspiration, so that when we look around our space, we can feel like we're getting inspired and able to create beautiful work. Okay, so then tucked off into this nook.
Imagine it's a party, nice little barbecue.
Yeah, you're having a good time. You need to dip off to go to the bathroom, and then you ask us, oh, where's the bathroom? Well, come follow me, it's over here. And so we decided to actually create a really cozy bathroom because it's so small. We wanted to bring in really warm, welcoming walls. So we got this paint from Backdrop to match our Uzo art piece. Uzo Njoku is a brilliant artist. Temi loved this piece because it feels like how our space feels when we host people. We have in this corner, because it was so bare bones, we actually changed the mirror and then added in, of course, the Loewe body lotion and tomato leaves liquid soap. It's a fan favorite. People love for their hands to smell like tomato leaves, which we didn't know would be such a, people would rave in that way. And then we also added a skirt to the bottom of the sink to cover up the bottom, to kind of give it some added, personality and make it feel a little bit cozier in here, which we love, absolutely. We have our bedroom, which is
where we start our day and end our days.
Oh my gosh, and it's my favorite place ever. This is I told Temi, this is the best bedroom I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, I mean, starting off with the CB2 bed frame.
Absolutely. It's our first king bed. We had a queen in our last apartment. Yeah. Again, a very small apartment.
Yeah. Once you have a king size bed.
Yeah, you don't ever want to go back. You never want to go back. So we wanted to keep it really minimal in here. There's a lot of Japanese influence in this space as well, with how light we kept it. The biggest actually focal point of this room outside of the bed, I'd say, is the walls.
Yeah, the lime wash on the walls.
Yeah.
It took a few attempts to get it exactly to where we wanted it to be, but the zen in the room, like when you walk in, it feels so good.
And we knew we wanted to not only do the walls, but the ceiling, so it feels really immersive. So the lime wash, because it looks like clouds, also feels like at night when you're looking up, a little sky in and of itself. The paint is actually from Portola Paints. They have a really great lime wash, and I was so excited to try it. It did take us a few times until we got it right, but we did get it right. And we knew for the bed, we wanted it to feel like a hotel bed.
Yeah, that's why I'll tell you. You go ahead and tell your secret for the comforter.
Oh yes, I do a double comforter. Now for my heavy and hot sleepers, I understand that might feel like a lot, but we just kind of coordinate depending on the season. We wanted it to feel really lush because we travel so much and we're always in a hotel bed, and it would suck to leave a hotel bed and not want to go home and see a regular bed. Yeah.
The best thing about some hotels out there are the options to choose between anywhere between 3 to 10 different kinds of pillows. So on each side of our beds, we have 3 different kinds of pillows depending on how we feel like sleeping.
Absolutely. The more, the merrier. We love pillows. And then they're also a wide variety. So we have a softer and firmer pillow. Again, just so that we feel like we're somewhere really nice and lush.
Like that bed, I think it's Serrata. I think it's a Serrata bed.
Oh, right. Temi chose the mattress. Because of the two of us, I think he's the pickier sleeper, which I can respect, because it means that no matter what he chooses, I will be comfortable.
Because I run hot, so I needed a bed that would kind of keep me cool.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there's that.
And so we have the bed as a really cozy piece, but then also this entryway, or not entryway, but this bench here, our fuzzy bench that we actually use as kind of a bottom portion to our projector. So we don't have a TV in here, as you can tell, but we have a sneaky little projector that we put out at night or when we're wanting to watch a movie. We're really big on not having a lot of tech so close to us while we're sleeping. So Momo, come say hello to the people. So we have this kind of area clear. We were gonna put art here, but we left it empty so that we could have the projector here. And then we also have this beautiful rug from West Elm that is just really warm and inviting.
It's
it added
thick
such
as you walk on it, and it's just really, really nice.
It just feels so good on your feet, which I love. This area is great because it acts as storage. We do have a closet, but we knew we needed more space. We have a lot of clothes, y'all, tons of clothes. This dresser is actually from Urban Outfitters. We found it and it just felt timeless for us. We wanted something that we knew we could move into any room as we moved
perfectly into this space, like
it was almost like uncanny. And then the centerpiece here is this Noemi Marguerite piece. She's also a good friend of ours. This is not a wedding we went to or our wedding. It is just a beautiful snapshot of life, and I think having that in this very zen space feels like the right amount of energy.
Yeah, the way the image is shot, it feels like you are there.
Absolutely. And we also have another great Black artist, Hill and Daniel fragrances. For the room, we also have Malin and Getz, so we kind of play around with what scent we want in the room. I'm a big candle and incense girly.
She is. My mom actually got her like a Malin and Getz candle box set a few years ago for Christmas.
A woman after my own heart.
After that, she never turned back.
I never turned back. And then we also have, which is really important to us, we don't have a lot of heirlooms that we were given, so we've started to kind of collect our own, and this has kind of become one, I feel like.
Yeah, this was at our old apartment. We got some...
Can you guess what it is? Whose hands these are?
Yeah, so we actually got a little...
casting kit.
Yeah, casting kit, and it was a little date night at the house where we spent our time holding each other's hands in some
in a
plaster.
really soft and intimate way. And it was meant to be a jewelry holder, actually. We wanted it to, again, be functional and beautiful. But now it's just like a really sweet portion of this space, along with, of course, our jewelry box, this beautiful plant, and this pot I love so much because it adds a lot of great texture to this area. We kept it really cute though because we didn't want it to feel too busy in here. It's where we relax.
And then we have the diva of the show, our Ficus Audrey plant. We knew we wanted a tree. We have the queen, our Ficus Audrey plant.
Yeah, she's almost as much of a drama queen as I am, I'd say.
We knew we wanted a tree in the room, and when we were looking at different trees that we could go for, the Ficus Audrey was the closest thing to being a tree that wasn't actually a tree. She's extremely temperamental, so sun, watering, like,
I get it. I get it, sister.
Two peas in a pod.
Absolutely, we are. And Temi knows how to take care of both of us. That's what it's all about. But again, we wanted something that added some life to the space. We didn't want to do too much. It's just really a great place for us to chill out, and it's really reflective, I think, in the colors and the vibe that we've brought into this room.
Yeah.
So because we were kind of going for a hotel vibe in this room, we also, beyond the bed, decided to keep it pretty neutral for the side tables. These are also from Urban Outfitters, and we sourced these lamps to kind of balance it. These are some Japanese lamps that we brought in, but we wanted it to we both have our sides. We have, this is my side, that's Temi's side, but they're pretty inconspicuous. You really can't tell whose is whose, which is kind of fun when everything's all, cleaned up. So on either side of the bed as well, we both love to read, and that's usually how we end our nights. Outside of journaling, I would say. So we have on my end my creativity book. I literally have been trying to read this forever. It's called The Creative Act by Rick Rubin. I've been trying to get through it for a while now. Temi and I have both been taking cracks at this book. And then on Temi's side, he has...
Yeah, I am not a nonfiction lover. It takes time for me to get through those books, but I can finish like a 600-page fantasy novel in 2 days. But I have the Age of Ideas, but then I also have the Kindle. We're bringing the Kindle back. I love just how light it is, how I'm able to store literally my whole library in here. Outside of this book, I'm also reading Fourth Wing. When it comes to how we work with one another, especially when it came to filling up this home, I think there was more conceding on my part.
I was going to say the same thing. Temi adores me. So he actually lets me get away with havoc. Yeah. I'm also obsessed with interior design. So he knows that this is my dream is to be able to do this on the side or even for friends and family. So there were definitely design decisions I made that I was like, hey, choose between these two decisions, so that he could feel very involved. But then, the decision had been made. Either way, I'm very, very happy. Now, there have been some things that we've sprinkled into the space that he has loved. You'll see in the office, he has his Akira book set. That was a no-brainer. It's a love of his and something that made sense. But that I was like, oh, wouldn't be my first choice, but it's my man. He wants to do it.
Yeah. But that's like a happy medium.
Absolutely.
That's very striking.
There's
that we both love.
Yeah, exactly. There's pieces in the space that I feel like we were like, yes,
the
easily.
Art,
our art.
But also it's like, you get the furniture, I get the technology.
Absolutely. So that was actually the thing that I said, it doesn't matter. We have a Samsung frame TV, and so that was my only thing. My only thing I was like, okay, I need this for the house.
Of, speakers through the house, Alexa throughout the building, smart house. Literally, we're taking it back to Disney Channel. Security. Yeah. It's all Temi. I said, you've got it. I trust you with all that. Also, he stays up to date on that. When it comes to that, when we shoot, Temi takes care of the tech, so I said there should be no difference in our house. Just teach me how to do it. And then when it comes to me, I'm really big on buying tons of books, tons of just like beautiful, striking pieces that when Temi sees them, he's like, what is that? And like, what does it do? And I'm like, that's the point. It doesn't really do anything. It's just like vibes. There are pieces that I think you can tell are a beautiful marriage between what we love, and then pieces that are definitely more reflective of myself versus him. Yeah. But it's really cool to have both because then it balances the space really well. I think that every piece that has ended up in the space has been super intentional. So
So we have here our beautiful bathroom space, another really minimal, light and airy part of the house. Again, it can get messy very quickly, so we've kept it pretty light. And because it's an apartment, we haven't been able to really deconstruct and reconstruct in the way we'd like to, so we've made it warm where we're able. We have his and hers sinks. We have these beautiful red lush rugs that help warm up the space a little bit, especially because we have these more gray kind of walls and floors. On Temi's side, he has, well, actually we both have it. It's pretty similar, but we have the Tekla towels and the Aesop hand balm and hand wash, which we swear by. And then my favorite portion, and Temi's too, I feel like you love the bathtub. Yeah.
Well, actually, I would say my favorite portion would be the walk-in shower because it doubles as a steam room. So after a workout, I'll go ahead, call Skylar, get the steam room ready. So as soon as I walk through the door.
Absolutely. And then likewise, when I want to take a bath, I call Temi and say, get the bath running. And then I have this. And so we have this great thrifted tabletop here that we use, you know, if I'm working and I'm in the tub, or if I just want a glass of wine and I want to read. A lot of these pieces are also thrifted as well, and it just feels really homey and vintage. On this side of the area, we also have a dresser. Again, the more the merrier when it comes to storage. So on this side of the room, we also have another opportunity for tons of storage. We have a focal piece by Courtney Heron. It just made sense that this piece would go in the bathroom because it literally is the vibe in here. And then just smaller pieces to keep it really soft and warm. Our Able Room spray, some candles, a beautiful vase that we also have in the kitchen.
We have this, you know,
and then the tech, of course.
Yep, this Bang & Olufsen speaker. Very aesthetically pleasing, easy to carry.
But then it just looks like a piece of like art almost.
And
on
it
the
fills the
tabletop.
space like sound-wise beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. You can hear it in the shower, in the steam room, all the things. It's really, really fun. So yeah, this place, I mean, I feel like this part of our home is really light, and because we make an absolute hurricane when we're getting dressed, a tornado of a mess, we keep our bathroom and our bedroom really light and really cute. Doing out there? Come on. We got some more house to see. Yeah. So this is the vinyl room.
Yes.
This is just like creme de la creme.
Best room in the house.
I mean, damn near. It is just brilliant. And I mean, if we do say so ourselves, we put a lot of thought into this room because we actually wanted it to feel completely different from the other rooms in the house. And I think it does. We have these cobalt blue walls, also from Backdrop.
Art from Fritz
von Erich. Yeah, and I think we actually allowed the art to guide a lot of the decisions we made in this space. We wanted it to feel like you're almost on a funky spaceship listening to like,
you know what it reminds
music.
me of? That episode of Love, Death, and Robots.
Absolutely.
Zima Blue, I think.
Absolutely. It's just like so lush. All the colors are rich. And so we wanted to bring in a lot of reds, greens, blues, a lot of primary colors to make this feel like a visually pleasing space. Yep. So we have in this section a good mix. The entire room really is a good mix of both music and books because we have tons of books, both here and in our office and in our content room.
Yeah, when we travel, we love to collect different countries' jazz. So we have a lot of different kind of jazz vinyls here, a lot of Japanese jazz vinyls. One of my favorite things is the now spinning sign, courtesy of Skylar.
Absolutely. We got that off Etsy. Right now we have playing Grover Washington Jr. I'm a big Motown jazz fan. I just love jazz, and we usually start our day with jazz. Beyond Robert Glasper playing downstairs, we'll often have something playing up here for a vibe, and also during parties if people want to deck away. This is a really fun room to come to. We have our Crossley player. It does the job. We do want to upgrade at a certain point, but we've had this for a while now, and it's just so beautiful that we've not wanted to get rid of it. And then we also have, again, records that we've collected over time from friends, from travels, and then books, of course, reflective of our travels as well.
We have 2 pseudo libraries. This is one of them.
Yeah.
A lot of people ask, why do we put the backs of the book facing the wall? And honestly, because
it's just a vibe. Yeah. It's just because it looks good. There's no rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
We've read the books that are backwards, so that does help because we are not looking for them. Don't fret. But also, it's just fun. We didn't want the colors to be too overwhelming when people came into the space. So we've actually kept a lot of our Black authors frontwards facing, and then a lot of the books that we've read from fiction books backwards facing. And it's just cool to add a little flavor in that way.
I'll leave you all with a recommendation. If you haven't read this as a youth,
one of Temi's favorite books.
Go ahead and lock in. The Kite Runner is one of the ones.
Well, when we moved in, I feel like we saw this room and we knew that it was likely going to be, it was being posed as an office. It was also mentioned to us, oh, it could be a great place for a child. And we were like, not yet. So we wanted somewhere that had a piece of our personality. And the two things that we love the most is reading and listening to music.
Yeah.
And often when we read, we listen to music. So we wanted a place that felt like a vibe, almost like a little, almost like an event space in a way.
We had so many vinyls and it was constantly growing, but we had nowhere really to put them outside of underneath the media cabinet you saw downstairs, and it just didn't feel right.
No, yeah, it was almost limiting them. So we were like, let's give the vinyls a place to play and to kind of spread out. This is also somewhere that we come to just like ideate, to get a lot of creative inspiration. We get so much inspiration from the books we read and from the music we listen to, and also from the magazines we read. We were able to add these gorgeous acrylic orange magazine racks with just beautiful pieces. I mean, we have a Japanese magazine that we got while we were there in Tokyo.
We got this one from Japan too.
Absolutely, for Jean-Michel Basquiat, made in Japan. Focus magazine, which is a Black-owned magazine, as well as Curves. And I mean, speaking of Curves, this gorgeous Sean Brown, Curves by Sean Brown rug that literally reflects the space and also tied into Fritz von Erich pieces. So much of the pieces in this space are also in conversation. With each other. Yeah, we're locked in. We know the things. And then of course a display had to happen with our vinyls. We wanted people to be able to come in and see some of our favorites. And so we've got The Roots. No brainer. Nas, Jungle. There's just we want to also show off our taste in music in a fun way.
We need to add some more so people can really see.
Well, we often swap them out, so that helps keep it fresh, and it's really depending on how we feel that month, and we'll switch up the wall. Yeah. And it also is like art in and of itself on the wall, because I feel like artists put so much love into the vinyl covers that they create that we wanted them to be out as well.
So creation looks very different for both of us in our journey to get there. We've both been creating in different ways. I used to DJ, Sky used to own a clothing company.
Yes, wow, we've come so far. Blast from the past.
After school, I started working at Microsoft.
Yep, I started working at BuzzFeed.
Yeah, the 9 to 5 really put my creative blinders on, so where I wasn't seeing creativity as much.
Whereas I would say, because I was at Parsons for school, I was always kind of had a foot in the creative world. So when we met, I remember going, I remember he told me he was really big into photography, or you just picked up a camera.
Literally had just picked up a camera.
He just picked up a camera, and I remember just wanting to bring that energy out of him, because I think it's such a great balance to have both a corporate and creative side, because you get a little bit of a mix of both.
Best of both worlds.
Absolutely.
And it was crazy because when we started content creation together, we didn't even mean to do that. I booked a trip for Puerto Rico for her birthday.
And I told him, hey, I know I'm a part of this world of social media and content creation, and you signed up for me, not this, so you don't have to be a part of this.
Yeah, and I was cool, I'm cool to just take some pics right now.
Yeah, and I said, but if you want to take some pictures of me, that's cute. I love that. It was heaven sent.
Because photography started off as a hobby.
Absolutely. And I mean, same for content creation. I started it so that, it was really to push into my clothing brand at the time. Not because I really wanted to build a platform for myself, but I think it started to resonate so much with people. You have to kind of listen to your audience and give them what they want. So I leaned into it more.
And the organic growth was the most fun. We were just taking pictures of any and everything. We would go on vacation and
share our experience.
Pictures we would do anyways to send to our parents. We just posted it online, and it just continued to grow and go from there.
And we thought about how can we make our experience accessible to other people who look like us, and that's really what made our content and our platform kind of skyrocket, and it enabled, empowered us really to create an entire platform off of sharing how we see the world with people. And I think that's now evolved into what we do now.
Yeah, because I think we both love the world outside of the world we live in.
Yeah, wow, nice.
Yeah, like I've loved TV since I was a kid. I've loved anime. I've loved
we're
fantasy
nerds.
fiction.
We're
We are
nerds,
nerds. Like
yeah.
when it comes to reading, did you have accelerated reader?
Absolutely,
in school?
I was like
yeah,
that,
man.
yeah.
Accelerated reader, Six Flags, Pizza Hut.
I was getting
little
all
combo.
the signatures for everything, yeah.
We love to read, like get lost in like
In different
600,
worlds,
800 page books.
Because we love stories so much,
Yeah.
integrating that into our process was the most important thing. And we also found it differentiated us from other creators and then allowed us a seat at the table with a lot of brands because they were wanting us to come in on the conversation, like get in on the conversation and share our 2 cents as like consultants or creative directors. So it's been really cool to be able to, what we kind of see is taking the mundane or just life and seeing the beauty of it. My Instagram bio is dedicated to the art of living because so much of life should be documented and shown in a beautiful way. And I think our content has been able to do that in a way that resonates with people.
Yeah, I think also the great part about it is it can be very, time consuming to do this.
Yes,
but
we put a lot of effort into what we do.
Again, 2 sides of the same coin. We're so good at what we do at this point, and we're so streamlined that I feel like what could take 5 hours might take an hour and a half for us.
Yeah.
Which allows us to really, one, live in the moment,
Yep.
but also put the cameras away.
Absolutely. So under this beautiful skylight that we have coming onto the 4th floor, we have this gorgeous piece by Phoenix Palms. We did a collaboration with Etsy, and it was really important for me to pull at least one Black-owned piece. And so Phoenix Palms has a lot of Black pieces that they sell, and this one was just so striking. We were like, no, we absolutely need this. The red is so good on this wall.
Yeah, and almost as striking as the painting itself is this candle from Maison Africanist, Tam Tam.
Yeah, we have a few of their candles in our home.
Smells so good.
Just like really the beautiful minimal design, but then they really smell great. And then this, of course, floating shelf. We wanted there to be pieces that connect each space. And so these do really well of bringing people upstairs and into the final 2 rooms on this tour. So here we have our office space. She's cute.
She's nice.
She's minimal. We knew we wanted it to keep it cute because we just come in here to get stuff done, and we've not actually built it out very much. We have some work to do.
Yeah, we definitely have work to do in here.
Yeah, but we still wanted to show y'all because that's like the real stuff, isn't it? When
Yeah,
you're not
it
finished moving in.
Yeah, this whole area itself is stunning.
Yeah.
I know that when you sit down, one of the first things you see is this 6-piece Akira set. We got it out in Japan. It's all actually in Japanese.
Yeah, which is really, really dope.
Spoiler alert, if you plan to watch the movie. But yeah, it's all in Japanese. But if you've seen the movie enough times as I have, you already kind of know and have an idea of what you're reading as you go.
And it was more so about like having almost like a collector's item of like the 6-set series was so cool. I don't even think the owner of the bookshop wanted to let it go, or it was almost like a concept space. And he saw how much Temi loved Akira, and he was like, absolutely, take it. So we were able to leave with it. And then we also have just like little pieces that make us happy. This analog clock that Temi got to that is just so beautiful and adds so much cool energy to this little desk space. And then of course our Instax Mini 40, because we're always capturing all the moments. We're always getting the film moments. Absolutely.
Yep. We have our brain bank
by Danye Taylor, a good friend of ours.
Also, we have our Cape Town book and Lagos Daniel Obasi book from our friend Carl Shakura. It was a actual gift for our housewarming. So beautiful. I'm sorry, you all need to see my homeland.
And then we lost the frame for it, but that's life. We're gonna get a new one, but we had to keep it up. This piece by Jeremy Mitchell, another friend of ours, who knows how much we love Japan and gifted us this print of his for our housewarming. So shout out to you, Jeremy. We appreciate you so much. We thrifted this little desk cabinet area from Bedford Galleries, which is right here in Brooklyn, and it's just a great space to get some really great antique pieces. And again, we kept it simple in here because there's so much going on downstairs. We were like, the more you move up, we wanted to keep it light. finally, which I think I'm so proud of, because in our last apartment we didn't have this, a second bedroom for guests. So this is our guest bedroom. It is a little slice of heaven. We wanted to keep it really warm and minimal and just super cozy.
Yeah, people love it here. People really love it here. We'll have friends come over
and they do not want to leave.
It'll
this
be
bed.
like 3 p.m. and we're like, hey, where's such and such at?
Absolutely,
in that bed.
So we tend to change the color of the setup based on the season so that people really, really feel at home. We have in this corner another thrifted vintage side table that just adds a lot of warmth to the space. And on top is Black is Beautiful by Kwame Braithwaite. Such a great book. And we wanted to bring up some of our coffee table books from downstairs so they have something to read while they're up here as well. And usually before someone comes up, we make sure the bed is done, the lights are on, we'll light a candle, and then everything in the bathroom is fully stocked. It's literally like staying in a hotel. It's the pride of our life, to be quite honest.
We often encourage people, once you're done, to head out, like fully done. Go ahead and help yourself to anything in the bathroom, and then we try to stock it up every time we're done.
Absolutely. And then we've made sure to keep on the bedside, for the people who didn't make it to our housewarming, our La Dolce Casa custom matches that we got for our housewarming. And on the back, you're able to, every time you visit, mark off one of these little wine bottles so that by the time you get all of them marked off, you get a sweet treat from us. No one has brought it back to us, so they need to get on their Zoom, but we keep it for our guests who stay in here, because if you weren't able to make it to the housewarming, you can still get a little piece of it. And that is it.
That's it. Thank you so much, y'all, for coming. We appreciate you, and it's time for you to leave.
I'm screaming! For me, home is about somewhere that is just safe and a constant. Growing up, I dealt with a lot of anxiety, and I was surprised when my mom was so eager about me coming up to New York for school, because I was full of anxiety and I figured she'd want me to be up under her. And she was saying, no, we've created a home for you to always come back to, somewhere that is going to be consistent, that you can find solace in, and that will always be there. And I think as we've built our home, that's what I've wanted to create for us, is somewhere that we can return to and feel immediately safe in, where we can kind of like strip back the layers and get really comfortable and feel so deeply at home within ourselves in this space. So I feel like that is what home is to me.
Yeah, for me, home is really a refuge.
Yeah, right.
It's a place where I can continue to grow. I can truly be my 100% authentic self. And then the people that I bring into my home are the people that I can be 100% my authentic self with. Mm-hmm. It's just really my safe space. It's my, space for me to experiment, whether it's with foods, styles, literature. It's a place where, I can really lay myself bare and evolve into the person that I want to be.
Yeah, and I think that we've kind of taken those two definitions of home and brought them together in a way that makes all the sense, so that anyone who steps in here is like, wow, this feels like really, really good.
This feels like my home. Mm-hmm. All right, Homeworthy, it's been fun, but we got to get going.
Absolutely. See ya.
Stay safe.
Hi, Homeworthy. I'm Caroline, and welcome to my apartment in Washington, D.C. I can't wait to show you around, so come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, my name is Caroline Winkler. I'm an interior design YouTuber, and welcome to my townhouse in Washington, D.C. I moved into this apartment about 3 years ago, and at the time it was the first time I was looking to live on my own. I was really excited to just kind of solidify my own design style and how I wanted to live in a home. This apartment was the first that I toured, and I instantly loved it, but I was like, well, you can't move into the first apartment you tour. So I forced myself to see a couple more, and at the end I was like, it's still the one, love at first sight. I think I really fell in love with the bay windows in the main living room that I'm sitting in right now. Windows to me are everything that, like, if you don't have good light and good natural light in your home, I think the interior design is a lot harder. I love all the old details. I love the dark wood floors, and I love that it's not open concept. It's a bunch of contained small spaces, which to me is so much more fun when you're trying to design and do a bunch more styles. I saw it when I loved it, and I've just loved it every day since. I think 3 words I'd use to describe my style, it's always hard, but maybe cozy for sure, self-explanatory. I just want it to be welcoming. I'd say autumnal, if that, like autumn-ish. I think that's my color palette that makes it feel like very warm to me. I like a bit of mood, but obviously there's still a lot of bright white walls, so I don't know if it's straight up moody, but autumnal, I would say. And then maybe anti-fragile. I don't know what a better word is for that, but by that I mean I feel like I'm always running around and breaking things, and I need stuff not to be fragile. I need it to be a home that I can actively live in, put my feet on the coffee table, like not worry about breaking something glass. I need my home to be like, I don't ever want to feel on edge, like I'm about to break something. And I still do break things, and I just am not worried about it. Welcome to my living room. This is the room that the front apartment door opens up into, so you're immediately in my living room. Because this is also like the entry to the apartment, I have to have little drop zones and bowls around. Drawers are full of things that I need to get out the door. I usually put my keys here. And yeah, I think you always need to have like those go-to drop zone spots. And I also have a lot of fun just playing with the styling here, mixing up decor, moving it around, just can make your space feel completely new and different. This is another vase that I love. My brother made this by hand. It's a walnut ikebana vase, and it just allows you to like style flowers in this very modern way because they're these prongs that hold the flowers up. It's like a little piece of sculpture to me. I'm obsessed with it. Oh, I DIY'd, well, not much of a DIY, baby DIY'd this lampshade. It's just a plain, like old, probably IKEA lamp that it was a white lampshade, and I just covered it in a little piece of fabric. Just give it a little personality, a little texture. This whole dresser, thrifted, I believe, Facebook Marketplace. And this is like a 19th century dresser. I love that it has these wood handles, and it's almost a little primitive, but has just enough detailing. I don't like anything that's too ornate or frilly. It's a little beat up, which is good for me. Yeah, and I store, I think people like to see in drawers. It's like gloves, batteries, stamps, YouTube equipment, and then the bottom is just my candy drawer and also wallpaper. It's all the necessities. This bowl, I wish I knew the full history. This was like my great aunts. On the back it says 1874, and I believe this is from Berlin. A lot of my family comes from Berlin and then also from Vienna, and she just gave this to me for no good reason, and I'm really afraid of breaking it now, but it's really beautiful and also weirdly matches very well with the rest of my home. So I do love this guy. And then this was just like a little unique piece of pottery that a friend gave to me. He has a twin. The twin is over there somewhere holding up books, but I like that it's like, I think like a lot of my pieces, it's like fairly minimal, like not too crazy, but then there's just like something a little weird up here at the spout. I think that kind of like captures what I like a lot. This is the fireplace in my living room, which was not a working fireplace when I moved in. I got it working. There's a little gas unit. I would say it works 40% of the time now, which is fine. And I'm also always experimenting with styling on the mantle. It's just fun to layer stuff to me. Thrifted, let me think. Everything up here is thrifted. Got this for 20 bucks. It was one of the best days of my life. This is another just framed postcard in an old, just an old frame I think my mom had. It's cracked about 1 million times, but I keep repairing it because I think it's so unique and beautiful. And then this piece was given to me by a family member who had a really cool art collection. It's an original oil painting. And then I thrifted these recently. They probably need to be cleaned, but I didn't clean them because that's authentic. I really love like little touches of silver and stuff. I get these super long candlesticks that are like 18 inches, and it's actually amazing my apartment hasn't burned down because there's always candles going. What else do we got over here? This is a little print of probably 18th century Amsterdam. I took a trip there and just fell in love with Amsterdam the way that I guess pretty much everybody does. And I have a couple little prints around from there. And then this vase I just think is weird, and I like that. This tiling is just a peel and stick tile that I put, it was like a kind of a black stone here on the fireplace around, and it was like just very intense. So I just did a temporary peel and stick tile. It stayed up pretty well given that it's a fireplace. And I really love just kind of a random touch of pattern when there's a lot of white over here. Yeah, I really like it. Let me show you my sconce. I love this sconce. I love all sconces, wall lighting. This one is really cool. It's a swing arm and it's like a wood lampshade, which I think is awesome. I try to aim to have at least like 3 light sources in every room. That's usually ends up being lamps or wall sconces, something like that. It just creates like a much more dynamic space. And then the only thing I didn't have room for over here was another side table because the couch is so pushed close to the fireplace. But I always want somewhere to set my phone or set my drink, so I just put up like a tiny baby shelf right here, and then, you know, can put your phone or something right there. Ta-da. I like it. This is my couch. I think it's just crate and barrel. It is so deep, so comfy. It's got this nice wide arm that I love. And honestly, there's like, people love the couch, but there's really nothing, I'm trying to clean stuff off of it. There's like nothing that special about it. I feel like it's a basic couch. It's pretty classic, and I dress it up more with like throw pillows. I love a throw blanket that I really love and brings all the colors in. And mostly I just needed it to be like extremely comfortable. I think I've gone the route before of trying to get like the spindly legged, like curved back couch that like you can't even really put your arm in, and you can't lean back, and no one can lay down to get cozy and watch a movie. And I wanted it to be very, very livable. I think probably in the future I will reupholster this guy and maybe put like an interesting pattern on it when I feel like it's looking old, but it's definitely something that I intend on keeping for the long term, and I love it. I know there'll be questions about this artwork. I DIY'd this. I didn't DIY it that well, but I still really like it. I was trying to figure out how to fill this big empty wall. I didn't want to do a gallery wall. I didn't want to do a bunch of little things and have it too visually busy. I wanted one giant piece, but also one giant art piece can be very expensive. So instead, I just took a bunch of fabric samples that I loved, and I painted this is like a canvas drop cloth that you would use for painting, and I just like painted it white, attached the samples, and then did my best at making a frame for it. The frame's kind of broken, so like don't zoom in on any of that, but it's been up for 3 years and I love it. I really do love it. I feel like it's unique, it's mine, I have a fun memory associated with it, and it does fill the wall. It was really fun to DIY a piece too, because then you get to control like what colors it's pulling from your space. So I definitely chose, you know, some of like these autumn hues that work really well with everything else in the room. And then up top, there's also one wallpaper sample, which is a wallpaper I used in a room I designed. So there's a couple just like, this like little touch of personal nostalgia in there too. Yeah, little time capsule. This is my dining area / office. I love using a dining table as a desk. Like I want to spread out. There's no desk in my home. I work here, I eat here, I people watch here. I'm always surveilling the street. It's the best. Like I love having the big windows. This dining table actually is the first thing I owned. I had this before I moved in to this apartment, and people were always saying like, oh, you should have a round table for the bay windows, that would be great, but this is the table I had. I got it for $300 off Facebook Marketplace, and I do love it. The legs come off and it can like fold up really easily. It's scratched up, it's scuffed, like I don't have to worry about a cup ring mark or pens or scratches. Like it just feels lived in and it always feels great to me. I also love experimenting with the styling. I always have different things up on the table. I hide a lot of, like my printer is hidden back here, don't film it. Like my office stuff, uglier things. And then I always just love having like plants and stuff in the window, some fresh flowers. This is actually a fake candle that I put up over the holidays, and I just like love coming home to a candle in the window, so that might stay there. That guy's new. The chairs I also thrifted. They came separately from the table. I just love I never know how to say this, tonnette chair, I think is how you say it. Or they're also known as bentwood chairs. And yeah, I just thrifted them. They're pretty messed up. I'll tell you what, they're not that comfortable to sit in when I'm working all day, but I make it work. Oh, and then I think the other thing I like in this corner are the curtains. If you look closely, there is no curtain rod because I was looking to see what kind of curtain rod I needed for bay windows, and it turns out it's just like very elaborate, very expensive to have a curtain rod wrap around. So I decided I would just put the curtains up without a rod because I wasn't going to open them. They're more just decorative. They add texture and color to the wall. They add a little bit of warmth. They draw the eye up. You can't open or close these. They're just on hooks. They're just on hooks, and I like them. It was really important to me to do a colored curtain. First of all, I would say that this like ochre color is probably my favorite color. And I did debate painting this whole room this ochre color, and then eventually kind of decided against it. I'm renting and it just felt like too much to paint at the moment. And so instead it felt really important to like bring that color in a big central way. Somehow having like the floor to ceiling ochre curtains makes the whole room feel very colorful to me. I think without them, it would just feel like kind of a white room despite everything else that's happening. So I like finding those ways to like add a lot of color, add a lot of saturation. That's not gonna take me a week of painting and then unpainting if I ever move out. This is a smaller apartment and I personally love that. I really don't dream of having like an expansive mansion, and that's for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's so much easier to make it feel cozy. It's so much easier to make it feel intimate, and that's just a feeling I love in my home. And secondly, your money goes so much farther when you're decorating. Like if you have that teeny tiny bathroom, you can buy the fancy tile or the fancy wallpaper because you only have to have like 3 of them, you know? Your money goes so much farther with decorating, your time goes farther, it takes less money and less energy to make a beautiful space, and that honestly feels great. I think this place is filled with a pretty good mix of vintage pieces, thrifted pieces, with kind of pops of modern. I find that I really like that balance. I think if I go all vintage, there was probably a phase where I went all vintage with my decor and it felt more like I was playing at, like role playing the past. So I really love adding in just like a modern lamp, a modern coffee table or something, and that makes it feel more authentic to me, and also I think more unique. Like only I could have put that together. And then there's also a ton of DIYs in here. I'm not gonna say they're all good because they're not, but they're fun. And I love doing like crafts and DIYs on my YouTube channel, or, you know, if you see that piece of decor that you're like, I just can't justify the price, maybe I can figure out how to make it. I do that a lot. Oh, these are 2 little pictures I put behind my curtain. This is a postcard. I love framing postcards. They're always really cheap and are just as pretty as any print. This is also a postcard. This is a vintage one. And I put them weirdly like half behind this curtain, really just for myself, because I sit right in that chair directly across from them. I look at this little corner of the wall all the time, and there's really no like a official design reason that I should hang something here, like half behind a curtain, except that it's for me and I like looking at them, and I kind of like hiding stuff. I love hiding stuff. Like, I firmly believe that your artwork does not need to be fully visible. It still adds to the room, even if it's just layered behind things. I have one tiny little baby frame over here. I love little things. And this is actually a photograph of my mom when she was in the 3rd grade. People do often think it's me. We look alike, and I've got the bangs and everything. But I don't know, she gave me this frame at some point with like the whole vintage frame and the photograph, and I just love having it around, a little piece of personal history. These are all vases handmade by my brother, who is an amazing woodworker. He has his own channel, an Etsy shop. I'll link it. But yeah, he handmade each of these vases, and I just think they're like the most beautiful designs ever. I've never seen anything like them. They're solid walnut, and I love how they're like very modern and streamlined, but have like just a little bit of personality. And then this one's just the teeny tiniest bud vase, and I can't get over it. I'm always moving them around to like different rooms and stuff. And just recently put them here all together. I kind of like them as like a little family. I think my subscribers on YouTube love this little corner as much as I do. Like, this really is what sold me on the apartment. And I feel like on my YouTube channel, it's almost become like the main stage that most of my videos take place on. I think it's very easily recognizable to subscribers. This feels like if I had to pick one corner of the home to represent my home, it's right in here. This is some of my haunted artwork. I've been told I have a lot of creepy artwork in the home, but I just love a moody feel, like a little haunted feel. I think I'm a little bit haunted. This is a vintage original piece that was given to me by like a family member who passed away and was a pretty neat art collector. I love that one. It's weird. It kind of freaks me out. And it's beautiful, like this original vintage frame. Bookshelves, also made by hand by my brother. People ask me all the time where I got these, and I've told him he should sell them, but I think they took so many weeks to make these guys that he can't even really mass produce them. But I love them here. We designed these together. I wanted something specifically kind of to frame out this side of the windows, because I've got art frames over on that side, and I needed a place for my books, but I didn't want it to be too heavy. Literally from sitting in the chair I always work in and looking at it this angle, so we kind of like carved out the sides. It was a total design collaboration, and I love them. This is an accidental figurine collection. I did not intend to start collecting these. It just happened to me. I never thought I would be like a figurine collector, but my boyfriend gave me this tiny little fox. My brother gave me this small duck with no explanation. A friend gave me this tiny, teeny tiny hummingbird, and I found this little ladybug. I don't know, I just love small guys, and all of a sudden I have a tiny zoo. I feel like I have to like limit it because it just keeps expanding, but I also really love them. They just hang out on this shelf. So over on the other side of my windows, I have a set of portraits. I actually did these. These were just a fun DIY. They're called blind contourings, where you try and draw without looking at the paper. So you like close your eyes or you just don't look down at it. And they're like, this is my dad. That's my sister. My mom's up there. My other sister. My brother is not up here. My brother is hard to draw, but I owe him a portrait. So these are, yeah, just kind of little scribbled blind contourings of my family, and frames I thrifted, and I love them up here. I really love them. This is a little mini DIY I did. This is a modern lamp I got from Renovation. I love that it's just like a little fat boy. I love that. Just kind of some weight to the lamp, but it had a plain white lampshade, and I just wanted the lampshade to be more autumnal, to mix in with my space. So I just took a piece of like really thin fabric, spray adhesive, and stuck it on there. Pretty easy. I love it. I did it to another lampshade over there too, but really, really easy DIY. And then I can't remember where this side table is from, but I do like this guy a lot. I love the green like marble top and then the pedestal base. I feel very aware of balancing legginess in a space, like having too many pieces of furniture that have like spindly legs feels very busy, just like very visually busy, and I think it can make a space overwhelming really quickly, even though it's just like a table. So I love having like pedestal pieces like that. This is another vintage piece of art, vintage like original frame that was given to me by this family member who passed away. It's called Birthday Party, and I think this is one of the pieces that like the bright colors and modern pops is not something I would have like guessed would fit with my space, but it's one of those pieces that end up being really surprising, like a kind of modern touch that feels like really nice friction, really nice contrast with a lot of the other vintage pieces I own. So I love like trying to surprise myself with what I like, throwing in something unexpected. How many coffee tables did I go through before this one? I think I tried like 3 or 4 different coffee tables, and eventually ended up going with this guy from Blue Dot. And I love that it's just metal. It is pretty much impossible to break or scuff up. It's round, which I think is really good when you kind of a tight space, that it's like you're not gonna nick your knee on a corner or something like that. I put my feet on it when I feel like it. I put hot coffee down on it, red wine, it's seen it all, and it's just very durable. And then the color of it, I think, matches really nicely with the space. I have a lot of fun doing, always changing the styling. Gotta have your coffee table books. And then just like little trinkets, gifts people have given me. I always have candles going. I love like candle paraphernalia and accessories. Like these are like wick cutting scissors specifically for cutting the wick of a candle, or, you know, finding like matches. I love like a pretty but functional accessory. I think a lot of my accessories also have a functional use. Here are 2 more items made by my brother again. This is kind of a little trinket dish. Very simple, but made of walnut. He made it, I love it. And then also this Ikebana vase right here, which I just think is like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. There's always flowers in my home, I'll say that. I've also been through a couple rugs before landing on this guy. It is part jute and part wool. I believe a jute rug can be really scratchy and uncomfortable. I wouldn't usually recommend it in a living room, but this one is actually pretty comfortable, I think, because it's only partially jute. I like that there's pattern. I love that there's texture, but it also just like hides dirt well. You know, if people wear their shoes in here, it's really not a big deal. Again, just emphasizing livability. Nothing is precious. Things are meant to be used and lived in is really important to me. Like, I think if I had to like closely surveil everything I owned in the home, it would be really stressful. So I like that I don't really have to worry about it. And then over here is my whole like media console. This is just a piece from IKEA. And again, this is like one of those modern touches that I really love. It doesn't look like it would be in like a historic vintage designed home, but I like how it balances out everything else. And this just has so much storage in it. This is like storage and functionality for basically the whole home. Definitely need to have like a big bowl at the entryway. This is a big drop zone for just like random gadgets and things. Yeah, and then for styling, I like to just have a variety of textures. These are just random fabric samples I loved that didn't make it into my big artwork. Some of my books. This is an entire box. I love this. This is probably one of my favorite things. This is an entire box of cards that my boyfriend wrote me. It's like 50 different handwritten cards he wrote when we were spending time apart, and I just had like a really hard time being apart, and he like hid envelopes all throughout my house for me to open each day. It's probably like the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. And he gave me this box too, which is really pretty. So that sits right here, and sometimes I still like just open them and read them, and they're the best, yeah. I do have a TV, scandalous. I know a lot of people are bothered by seeing a TV, but I don't know, it's never really bothered me. It feels like an expected part of a home. But I do think something that helps is like not just having it starkly against a white wall, so kind of camouflaging it in to a little bit of a gallery wall here, makes it feel more intentional. Other design tip I will say is making sure that the furniture unit underneath your TV is, I want to say like twice as wide as your television at least. I think when you just have like a little scrimpy unit under your TV and it's only as wide as your TV is, then it feels kind of weird, but this feels a little more like, I don't know, anchored and balanced to me. And then up on the wall are a bunch of like thrifted pieces, some original artworks I was given. Oh, this is a fun one. I started pressing flowers. I really do love flowers. And I just like framed them in a vintage frame that I thrifted. And this is like a flower from, it's a very typical flower, star jasmine from Savannah. So like when I went on a trip to Savannah, I just like picked a flower that it smelled really good and I was seeing it the whole trip, and yeah, just framing it feels like a fun way to do a trip memento. This is like the main entrance to the apartment, and so I've tried my best to kind of make it an entryway, even though we're just immediately in my living room. Just having like a hook to hang up my own coat, scarf. I do usually leave my shoes there. And then when guests come, I usually like throw a coat over this chair. I really wanted to kind of like complete the circle of seating in this living room. It's mostly just room for my couch, but then having this additional seat, like it does make a big difference that you don't have to like sit and talk to each other side by side on the couch, just to be able to sit here. This was like a small little chair. Thrifted this guy, recovered. You can see the original fabric of this cushion, and I literally just did spray adhesive and covered it up. And that works just fine. All right, come this way and we'll walk deeper into the apartment. This is something that just happened functionally. I needed a place to hang my purses, and rather than putting them all on like one hook, I just decided I should do something weird vertically. So again, it's like something like functionally I needed it, but also really like having them hung up and being able to see them all, and there's nowhere else they could go. So I like that. This is I don't know what this is. I thrifted this artwork. I love portraits, especially of like, I don't know, kind of creepy ones. A lot of people don't like portraits. I think people are like, either they love portraits or they don't want to see that many faces in their home. I love having all my friends around. They're great. This is a rabbi, I believe, but yeah. I definitely had to discover my love for interior design. I've had a couple different careers. I was an actor for many years, and I eventually quit, and then I went into tech because I just wanted a salary. And I was a software developer for a few years. And then COVID hit, and we were all just stuck at home and watching YouTube, and I was watching a lot of DIY decor videos. I was really kind of nesting. And after like a year or so of decorating my home, doing home projects, and watching videos, I had this delusional thought where I was just like, I feel like I could make these videos. Like I'm comfortable on camera, I'm comfortable talking, I'm doing the projects anyway, I might as well film them. And that's how I first started YouTube. I continued working in tech for a while, then after another year or so, I was able to quit my tech job, and I have just done YouTube full time. And I think the more I've learned about what spaces I like and what decor I like, the more all-consuming it is. And then about 2 years ago, I started another business, which is my podcast. The podcast isn't really interior design focused. It's more focused for a young 20 to 40s female audience, just reflecting on different life stage challenges. I felt like being in my 20s was pretty difficult. And so I'm on the podcast with a friend, kind of just like talking through things that we know different people our age or younger struggled with a lot. It's a lot of fun. Okay, right in here is my little baby bathroom. It's very tight, and it's got all the basics. I would say, honestly, this is probably my least favorite room in the apartment. I do like it, and what did I do? I put up some like renter-friendly wallpaper. I added this little piece of molding and just painted that, like chose a color from the wallpaper and painted that, and then painted the top. I do like it. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it does feel a lot more like me than just the like gray walls that were in here before. I changed out like the lighting fixture and I put up a couple little pieces of art. This is a little piece I made. Can you see? It's just like a very special toilet that I felt inspired to make. I like that guy just right here. I kind of like putting art in a weird random place. That's kind of all there is in here, but let's go into my bedroom. This is my bedroom, and it is small, but that also means it's very cozy, which I love. I think it helps that it has high ceilings. Maybe it's 10-foot ceilings, and I think that makes it feel a lot less claustrophobic. So many thrifted things in here. This is a dresser that I thrifted, and I love, that it's like old and has just like a little bit of detail, not too busy, but I do really like using like a full drawer dresser as a nightstand, so you can just fit lots of stuff in here. Little vintage library lamp that I got off of eBay. Keep some of my books in here, and another little vase with like a sweet little arrangement. I just love having like fresh flowers kind of wherever I can. And then these are more pressed flowers, and like a little frame that I just wallpapered over. I think actually one of my favorite things in the bedroom is just this little like faux leather tray. It's really simple, but I think it's a beautiful color, and I love corralling a bunch of small items. So like instead of having, instead of just like having loose stuff on there, it's like that's even fewer items than adding the tray. But to me, adding the tray just makes it feel way more curated and styled, intentional, and it contains the chaos to me. So I love that guy. This right here is one of my other favorite little like vignettes, I would call it, in the room, because it's the first thing I see when I walk into the bedroom. I always think about like that the first impression when you walk into a room. So when I walk in, I see this beautiful sconce that I love, a little thrifted artwork with like a beautiful old frame, my curtains coming down, and I just like love this little window right here. It makes me very happy. Again, aiming for those like 3 light sources in the bedroom. And then some more art that I thrifted, and I thrifted the bed too. I got this bed for like $100 off of Craigslist, I believe, and someone did die in this bed, which I was only told once I'd already paid for it, and I was like going to pick it up, and this guy was like helping me attach the bed to my car. So I just felt like I was in too deep, and now I have it, and things have been going okay since I've had it, but yeah, someone did die in this bed. Okay, so speaking of the high ceilings, there's wallpaper up there, you will see. I originally wanted to wallpaper just like all the walls of the room, and ultimately decided that it was too expensive. Like I could not afford wallpaper for all the walls. It was just too much for me at the time. And so I decided to instead wallpaper the ceiling, because I felt like it would actually give a similar impact. I don't like doing an accent wall. That always feels a little off balance to me, but the ceiling is still like centered and balanced and symmetrical. It's a renter-friendly wallpaper. My brother helped me put it up. I don't know that I would do it again. It really hurt my back. It is hard to apply wallpaper to a ceiling. I feel like if I did it again, I mean, I love the look of it, but I would pay someone to do it next time. I do genuinely love it though. Just like I will lay in bed all the time and just stare at the wallpaper, and I don't know, that's like a great time to me. So this dresser was one of the first things I bought for the apartment. It's a vintage dresser. I love the dark wood, the way it pops against white walls. I love that combination. And I knew in this tiny bedroom I needed like really space saving furniture. So I like that it's like tall and skinny without taking up too much other space. Yeah, then I just like, this is probably like a cake plate or something that I use to hold headbands and hair accessories. I love headbands. I really do. I don't know if any of these are that special, but ow, I hit myself in the face a little bit. But I just feel like headbands are like very core to who I am. Ta-da. I don't know if that was a good impression. But we've got like, okay, spring, summer headband. Love it. Light. Winter, autumn headband. You've headbands for every time of year. I think we need more headbands in the world, personally. Framed up here is actually a little painting that my sister did. It was a card that, I think it was an anniversary card that my boyfriend gave me, and he commissioned my sister to paint it. So that's special in like 100 different ways. I really like that up there. What else do I want to show you? I really like this like weirdo pleated lampshade, but I really like finding lamps that have like a cool shape to them. I feel like it brings a lot of dimension and personality to a space. A bunch more thrifted items over in this corner. This is my mirror that I basically use to like get dressed and make sure I don't look insane every day. Another bentwood chair with like original caning. I just think these are really beautiful. I'll say like these aren't the most comfortable lounge chairs, but I do think they're beautiful. And I personally think everyone needs at least one chair in their bedroom. Even if you have a tiny bedroom like mine, no one's sitting here, but all the dirty clothes are going on the chair. And that is important because then they're not on the floor. And then right over here is this like beautiful fireplace in the bedroom. It's not functioning, but it still is like a really nice architectural touch. I like to use this surface area. I've got all my like perfumes, some artworks I love, more jewelry boxes. I did tile over this fireplace as well. It was again just like a stark black stone that just felt like very intense for the room. So this is a renter-friendly tile, and I really, really love this tile. I feel like it's kind of a surprising choice in the room. It's not overly matchy-matchy, and that's what helps it feel like very personal and kind of like my specific spirit. It's not like an obvious choice maybe, but I do feel like it works. It was a little bit of a risk, but I like it. I also painted the inside of the fireplace black. You can get like a heat-resistant or heat-safe paint that's for fireplaces. It just made like a big impact, made it a little dramatic. And then this mirror is a little newer addition. I've been really liking just like some silver or like polished nickel or chrome touches as metal accents. And I think it's also really important for me to remember to mix in like curves, where there's like a lot of rectangles going on over here, then some kind of curved shape I feel like brings a lot of balance. I like it. I think one of the most important steps to finding your design style is just experimenting. You have to experiment, and with experimenting, you're going to have some flops. That's just part of it. That is how you find your style. I think if you are determined to find your style but like never make a mistake, then you're gonna stay paralyzed for a while. So for me, wanting to stay budget conscious but also wanting to experiment, I don't advise splurging on that like super expensive purple ridiculous couch that like could be cool but you're not sure. I think it's a lot better to go with like something kind of neutral, something kind of classic, and then experiment with your throw pillows, with your accessories, with your side table, with your throw blanket, the things that you can swap out easier. And you know, if you buy one throw pillow and then you're like, that's actually not really my style, you don't have to cry that much because it's just a throw pillow. And just doing that slowly and being comfortable experimenting, it really is the key. So this is my tiny little hallway down here coming out of the bedroom. And I guess the first thing I added was this vintage little mini wardrobe. I think it's so beautiful and very functionally necessary, because in the bathroom there is almost no storage. There's no under sink storage, there's no cabinet, there's just like two little shelves. So this is all my like toiletry, bathroom storage. And it's a nice like narrow guy that fits right in this hall. I really, really do love this. I love like, you know, adding custom or vintage wardrobes and stuff to a space if you don't have enough closets. I think it's just like even more fun, and then you can take them with you if you ever move. And then the hallway itself is like very narrow. It's hard to squeeze through here. It's very narrow. And I basically use the hallway as storage for artwork that I don't like have another home for yet. And it's all the artwork is thrown up very haphazardly. I like this to be a very relaxed space. It's not like overly curated. I did not map it out as a gallery wall or anything. It was actually inspired a lot by my grandparents. They had this one hallway in their home that was just covered in family photos and, you know, like floor to ceiling family photos. And as a kid, it was so fun to walk through that hall. We would just like look at the photos and look at the stuff in that hallway every time we went over. And so I kind of wanted to replicate that experience in my home. And so up here, it's like a mix of family photographs. It's me and my sister. There's a mix of DIYs, of vintage art, and there's also a lot of artworks done by people I know. I feel like I have a lot of very talented friends and family. So this is an original painting by one of my dear friends. I bought that guy from her. This is another original painting that my sister did as a gift to me. There are probably a couple more haunted art pieces. Well, here's another set. These are some like lithograph prints that I got in Amsterdam, and they are like 18th century medical textbook drawings of like how to wrap a dead body or like bacteria under a microscope, some dental drawings. I don't find these to be haunted, but a lot of people don't like them. And I think that means you're onto something. If you're hanging up art that every single person likes, then you're probably just living in a department store. I think it should be a little bit alienating, and I really like these guys a lot. Right over here is my YouTube plaque. YouTube gives out 3 like plaque awards to YouTubers when you reach a certain number of subscribers. This is the lowest one. This is the baby one that I got when I passed 100,000 subscribers on my channel. And I just got it framed in this cool like emerald frame. And I don't know what it says about me that I have it hanging up, but like I am proud of it. And it does mean a lot to me because I think doing YouTube, it's like the best thing that's happened in my life. And I just stumbled upon it, and I really struggled through several careers before then. So I don't take it for granted that I found something that I really love and that is like, that works for me. It's a big deal, and I like try to, I don't know, I just feel very appreciative of it every day. And this is a photo that my dad took. That's me, my brother, my older sister, my youngest sister wasn't around yet, but I think this is like one of my all-time favorite sibling photos. And then my dad printed it out large for me one year and gave me that as a gift. I really, really love that one. I think honestly, my favorite thing about my space is not even my own styling. It's just the amount of natural light. That is such a big deal for me, like wanting to not be depressed. A lot of one-bedroom apartments like this that I looked at didn't have like a window in the kitchen or didn't have windows in the bedroom. And to find a spot that has windows in the living room, kitchen, bedroom, there's none in the bathroom, but I make do. It just helps me feel connected to the outside world. I work from home, so I don't feel isolated. It feels energizing, and natural light just also makes your space look prettier. I think one of the best compliments I've received about my space is when people come in and they say it feels calming or peaceful. I've gotten that a couple times, like they feel at home here. They want to stay and work from home in my home because it just feels like, it doesn't feel foreign. It doesn't feel like a showpiece. It just feels welcoming and comfortable. I love that. So right off the hallway is my little kitchen. It is pretty small, but I'm not a great cook, so I will say it works for me. And it does have a window coming off of it, which, like, I don't know, I need that natural light, so I really appreciate it. In order to work with like the red cherry cabinets, I picked out this renter-friendly backsplash tile, just peels right off, sticks right on. It's kind of in a blue-gray hue. It's lower saturation than the cabinets, so it balances out the cabinets both in saturation and on the color wheel, and I just like love how they pop together. There is not, I don't think there's a speck of blue like anywhere else in my home, but in this room working with the cabinets, I ended up really, really loving it. And then I just painted the rest of the walls blue. It's got like the 10-foot ceilings in here again, which is nice because it's very small otherwise. And then I didn't change too much. I added these little polished nickel, kind of spherical cabinet knobs, which I really love. I like to think a lot about like the touch points of your home it's just a small upgrade, but you're touching it all the time. And I think that like tactile experience can make a big difference. And then I just spent time layering lots of wood pieces in, colors I love. There's cutting boards everywhere. You'll never be short on cutting boards. And you know, nice little counter accent lamp. I don't usually like to turn on the overhead lighting. I like to do like the small lamps. Just makes it feel cozier and sweet. Yeah, I like putting up like one little artwork. I think this is also a postcard that a friend sent me just from a museum, and threw it in a frame, called it a day. I like that kind of as the focal piece. I did add in this tiny little rug. It's got kind of like gold ochre tones that match more or less with the curtains I have in my living room. I just love this color. I like that it warms up the floor a little bit, but it's also like fine to be in a kitchen and get scuffed up and stuff. Okay, I really, really love dishware. I probably have a dishware fetish. I might have to show you my glassware collection as well. And I love tiny bowls. I feel like I just like need little tiny bowls all the time. These are bowls that I got in Italy. I really love these little guys. And yeah, just use them while I'm cooking. I mean, I'm not cooking, my boyfriend's cooking, but like I like to leave them out and accessible. And then these are little ones that I got, I think in Copenhagen, just like little clay pieces. I don't know, I'm always putting stuff in little bowls. Okay, speaking of cups and glassware, I think probably my one addiction is collecting vintage glassware. I keep it in here. I am running out of space. I'm just gonna show you some of my favorites, okay? So all the glassware is vintage. I either get it off of like Etsy, or eBay or Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace. I love a lot of amber tones or like smoked glasses. This has this weird little texture to it. I love these guys, and I'll use them for anything. Like this can be a wine glass to me. Actually, probably better for me to have a stemless wine glass. Let me show you what else I got. I thrifted this one set that is a bunch of sizes of this kind of smoked Japanese glass. I just love the profiles of them. Then I've got my wine glasses, amber again, but I love these guys. I can't tell you how good it looks to just put like red wine in one of these. It's very pleasing to me. And this again is like, glassware again is like one of those touch points in your home where you're literally holding it, you're interacting with it. The feel of the glass, like the thickness of the glass, the weight of it is all, I don't know, so important to me. And so these are some of the guys I really love. I keep all my dishes right in here, and I do love like slowly collecting my dish collection. I think I'm still working on it, but these are some of my favorite plates. I just got these from Goodwill, a whole set of them, and I think they're really beautiful. And then I love finding like ways to layer them with other plates. So for example, I found these other larger plates in an antique store, and I specifically got them because they pair well with the Goodwill plates. Those go on top there, and then they also came with a little bowl that goes on top, and I just like love the fun way that they layer together. So right around here, not too much going on. I just try to throw in like little accessories that I love. So some kitchen towels that I think I got, ooh, maybe Copenhagen, I can't remember. Over on this wall, I had a lot of fun just with accessories. I think I just discovered how, like, what colors I love to pop against the blue wall, which, as I said, there's blue like nowhere else in my home. But I ended up really loving just experimenting with different colors and having like the pops of purple or the pops of these other like autumn colors that you can find elsewhere in my home. This is that ochre I love again, but it's like even more fun and different when you place it against the blue. I've got a little family photo over here. This is just a postcard I framed, and another postcard, and I took wrapping paper and did a little Mod Podge over this frame to customize that. Another creepy portrait that people may or may not like. I love these guys. I could have like portraits of old men everywhere. I don't know why they always like, there's just a good time to me. There's always such a character. I did add one little sconce up here that probably needs to be dusted, but I like adding in that light source. And then this is a little marble washstand. This is an antique washstand that I got, I don't know, probably for like 50 bucks off of Marketplace. And that usually holds liquor, or I keep like a bunch of towels in here, coffee beans, stuff like that. So trying to make the most out of storage in a small kitchen, and then like, you know, sometimes I make drinks over here, stuff like that. But I really love this corner. I actually think that like this little vignette is probably one of my favorites in the whole apartment. This right here, I feel like people always ask about. This is the first thing that my brother made from wood and we designed together. It's a custom honey jar with this little walnut dipper. I was doing a makeover, like a kitchen makeover video for my space, and I was really focused on finding like beautiful decorative functional pieces, such as for my honey jar. And I couldn't find any honey jars I liked, none. I didn't like any of them. And so I like asked him to make me one, and we designed this guy together. So that's like very, very special. You can buy those now, but yeah, that's like one of the first things that we designed and together and he made. I think the soul and spirit of a home is not so much about like buying the weirdest, wildest statement pieces. I think it's more about unique styling. It's more about how you uniquely have put a couple things together. It might be a couple things that are like kind of average or kind of normal looking, but only you would style them that way. Only you would layer them on a bookshelf that way. And just having that collection, that curated array of items that you've collected over time. I would say the hardest way to have soul in a home is to like move into a place and buy everything online all at once, to like try and furnish a home in a day. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be an ugly home, but it will be harder for it to feel really personal to you. I think a home to me just needs to be that place that I'm like craving to go back to, craving to recharge. I definitely am a homebody, which is probably why I've ended up with a YouTube channel all about just being in my home. I love being at home. I love alone time. And so a home to me is not so much about like other people seeing it and complimenting it. I actually kind of rarely have people over. It really is just for me to like be in my cocoon and recharge after all, you know, of a busy day. Thank you so much for coming into my home, Homeworthy. It was really fun to give you a little tour, talk about some of my favorite things. I do need to recharge as an introvert now though, so you have to leave. Sorry, but I'll have you back soon. Bye.
Hi, Homeworthy. I'm Vida. Welcome to my home in New Jersey. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Vida Cornelius. I am an advertising executive, creative person, and we're in my home right now in South Orange, New Jersey. I would describe the style of this home as French Colonial. I moved here in 2021, and one of the first things that I wanted to do was go to the town record and find out more about the lot. I did find out this house was built in about 1905, and this neighborhood was actually kind of one of the summer home neighborhoods of some of the barons of New York, I guess, at the time. So I don't know if it's a true French Colonial, maybe it's an interpretation of a French Colonial, but I do love the way this house is built. I wanted a house that had French windows, believe it or not. I wanted a house with stucco, not siding. And it really did check all the boxes, so that was something that I felt very fortunate to find a home that kind of fit that bill. And I just love the overall openness of the home. You know, it has a living room, a formal dining room, kitchen. You know, it doesn't have a bathroom on the first floor, so that's the only drawback. But it's a perfect size, I think, for an individual to have enough room to spread out, but still, you know, it feels cozy. So I really do love the layout of this home. I really want to encourage people who are home hunting that, you know, when it's your house, you kind of know. And I felt like when I walked in here, it was my house. I just kind of could see the vision of what I wanted it to be. So it's been a really amazing journey to be able to transform the house. So welcome to my living room. This is where I spend the majority of my time, I would say, when I get home from work, which is great. It's very relaxing in here. One of the first things I did when I moved into the home, while the home was still empty, I really wanted to get a color palette going in terms of the colors I wanted to paint in the house. And I saw a picture on Pinterest where there was this stark black living room with very crisp white trim, and I just fell in love with it, you know, as part of that Parisian kind of style and decor. So that's why I went with the black paint in here. This is Sherwin-Williams, called Caviar. I really love it. It's like a dark black that has like a little slightly blue undertone, it seems at times. One of the things that was a big focal point in this room, when I moved in, the fireplace was your traditional red brick, but I wanted to make it a focal point in the room, so painting it white was the big decision. And this is indeed a working fireplace. It's a wood burning fireplace, but I personally happen to be a little afraid to light it. So I haven't used it yet, but one Christmas I think I will get around to that. So with the mantle and with the fireplace, I mean, really created a great opportunity for me to take advantage of hanging this piece of artwork that I have here. And a great story on this piece of artwork is when I was in my 20s and gotten my first condo when I lived in Chicago, in advertising, I had a lot of vendors that I worked with, print vendors, people who would do print production for me. And a friend of mine gave me a great book on Madagascar for my birthday, which I loved. And so my vendor said, hey, let me see that book. And he took the book from me. I had some pages that were, you know, dog-eared and marked as ones that I really just loved looking at. And he took one of the images that I had marked and blew it up into this great, you know, full-size photo piece of artwork, you know, really great, you know, kind of DPI and resolution on it, professional grade. And he put it in the frame and everything and gave it to me as a gift for my first condo. So it's been with me ever since. I love it. People come in the house and they say, is that Damon Wayans? And I'm like, no, he's actually a witch doctor in training, a Madagascaran witch doctor in training. I believe he's like 17 years old in this photo. So if I'm doing my math right, he should be about 57 years old right now, 58 if I were to actually meet him in person. This bulldog, which I purchased way back when somewhere in some little store in Brooklyn, this was way before I had my actual French bulldog puppy, and I just knew I wanted a dog, but at the time I lived in an apartment building where I couldn't have pets. So I said, I'm gonna buy myself a little bulldog, and that way he'll be the placeholder for when I get my real dog. So this little guy's been with me for many, many years. The coffee table is another kind of antique piece that I found at a vintage shop. I'm not really sure, you know, what year it's from or anything like that, but I did love how feminine it is. It has a nice round shape with the scallop, so I really like that. A lot of things you'll see in the house, I have a lot of marble kind of accents. I feel like that kind of pulls in some of that Parisian vibe I was going for because I really like the idea of using marble as kind of an accent. I have a nice mixture, I think, of things that kind of keep me creatively stimulated, if you will. You know, little artifacts like these, like the hand, you know, it just kind of gives a sense of texture. I like wood elements, you know, things like that to be in the house as a way of kind of making things earthy and feel pretty good. The sofa I got a couple of years ago. I really like it. It's a very small sectional from Interior Define. And at the time, my dad was living with me, so I needed something that was, you know, comfy enough for him to sit up here and watch television, not too hard for him to stand up if he needed to get out of it, so it couldn't be too deep and too low to the floor. So this kind of fit the bill very well. Another thing I wanted to point out in here is this piece of art here is also from the book Madagascar. So that's a different gentleman who's like a tribesman. But I just love the look of him because, you know, it just kind of shows that Black people come from so many different cultures. You can see by the look in his eyes, he has like Asian and Indian and African all mixed up in his DNA, and it's just absolutely stunning, beautiful. These are just like 2 wall units actually that I got at IKEA many years ago, and I will give like a lot of props to IKEA because, you know, usually their stuff doesn't last that long, I hate to say, but these have been with me for well over 4 or 5 apartments and have made the move very well. I love how it just kind of organizes everything, my stereo system. Yes, I'm a girl that still listens to CDs from time to time, so I have lots of CDs. My books, you know, pictures of my parents when they were younger, family pictures. So it's just kind of like a great, you know, organizing credenza, you know, for this room. I have lots of little Frenchies because, you know, I love my Frenchies. So I have plenty of little ceramic Frenchies all over the house. And then there's a great story, like you'll see some more of this sort of Black Baroque artwork in the house. And these are things that I honestly found on Etsy and then just had them pulled on a frame. And I just like that idea of kind of adding a little bit of what feels like a historical look at like Blackness from other cultures and from other time periods. So I have a few of these Black Baroque sort of images in the house. This New York Times piece is really fun because anybody can get this. If you go to the New York Times store, you can order your birthday front page. So this is my birthday front page. So it gave me an idea of what was going on in December of 1970. And I said, hey, I must have been pretty special because 3 chicks decided to rob a bank on my birthday. So maybe that means I'll be eternally a bad girl, you know. But as they say, you know, women who do dangerous things are interesting and they make the world go round. So who knows? So here is my plant fam. I'm really proud of my plants. I haven't had much of a green thumb in terms of growing plants, but I feel like I've finally found my groove with this little grouping I have here. So a lot of these have been with me for quite a while. They've made a couple moves and they're doing really well. That's where the French windows come in. I'm really happy that I have the ability to open these doors and give them plenty of sunlight. I do want to give a shout out to Z. I call her Z. She's a Z plant because when I got her, she was about that big from IKEA on the clearance rack. So she was kind of like a, you know, a lost cause little baby girl. She was probably about $2 or $3 at the time. And look at her, she's like blowing up. So I've had this plant, oh my gosh, I think maybe 8 years. I have no, you know, it's been a really long time. She's moved 2 apartments with me. So I'll talk about this piece of art. I love it. It has a great story. I have a really talented friend who owns her own production company called Wild Child Editorial. Shout out to Yvette Pinero. And so, you know, in her office, she had a small version of this poster and I always loved it. I just love the graphic nature of it. And her reason for having it is because enfant sauvage means wild child in French, but her grandfather was also the editor on the film. So I always loved this poster and I said to her, oh my God, if you ever can get another, you know, copy of that poster, I would love it. I would hang one in my house as well. And she had a version that was probably, I don't know, 18 by 24, you know, kind of small. When I moved to LA, she was like, hey, I'm going to send you that poster. I found one. And I get it in the mail and I'm like unfolding it and unfolding it and unfolding it. And I didn't realize she sent me the actual poster that was like from the theater. So it's pretty amazing. It was huge and made quite a statement. So I had it framed and it was funny because when I took it to the frame shop and got it framed, they had it sitting in the window for, you know, maybe a week or 2 until I was able to get someone to pick it up and deliver it to my home. And several people tried to make offers to me on this piece once it was framed. And I was like, forget about it. So I love it. And I'm glad I was able to be gifted that by my friend. So it was great. This is a little bit of my bar. You know, I like to entertain quite a bit. So at the holidays, people are always kind enough to bring me bottles of spirits, wine, so on and so forth. I'm definitely a spirit drinker. I love, you know, brown spirits. When my dad was here, he definitely took full advantage of that. Even though he was 87, he'd take like 3 sips and he'd be asleep for the rest of the night. But he liked to feel like he could come over here and make himself a cocktail. So, you know, we used to have a little fun doing that, he and I. So this is my entryway. Really love it. When I moved into the house, I knew I wanted it to have a warm, kind of welcoming feeling as soon as you walk in the door. So I made sure to put this big rug down. This was something that kind of just ties the 2 rooms together, honestly, because once we go in the dining room, you'll see like little touches of blue. There's a lot of the burnt orange that's in the rug that ties to the living room. So I really like how this rug kind of becomes a transitional point, if you will. But the main thing in this area that I'm really proud of is that I personally hung this gallery of all of my family's photos. I'm kind of like the de facto, I guess, historian in my family in a way. I've managed to kind of collect quite a few of my parents' black and white photos, their wedding, my grandparents, moments of them in their childhood. So I'm really proud of a lot of the family photos that I have here on both sides. So if you've been following things like the Met Gala, for example, this is my granddad, and he looks like a real dandy right here. He has that like dandyism kind of vibe going on. I love it. Very great look. My mom went to the same college that I went to. That was kind of our family tradition, going to Hampton University, which is a historically black college. And these are just some pictures from campus, my mom's time on campus when she was there. So it's so amazing to kind of have a little history of even our alma mater as a part of my family photos. Her debutante ball, my debutante ball, so these are really great, I think, moments in my family's history. This is my dad with his parents. And, the other thing that I think sometimes we take for granted is that, the age that we're in now, we take so many photos with our phones and everything like that. We can take pictures of pretty much everything. Our parents just didn't have that, so having family photos where they're like really pivotal moments of your parents, like from their childhood and things like that is really, it's like, so I find it really, I don't know, it's just wonderful to be able to see that. But these doors have a great story because they weren't actually doors. The original homeowners had kind of like the level doors here, they're just kind of basic leading into the kitchen. But I knew I wanted something to kind of be able to see through and give it some, kind of depth to the hallway here. So I managed to find, since this is a really narrow space, it was hard to find doors that were narrow enough for this space. But honestly, I went to a salvage yard for architectural, artifacts type thing. And I found these windows. So these were actually windows, and the owner added this bottom half to make it the full length of a door. So it was pretty great. So when he told me about these windows, he said, oh, it's funny that you picked those out because I just got those in from a house in France. And I was like, what? I'm doing my whole house with this Parisian inspiration. So this is so awesome. So it kind of had kind of gave it that flair. I really appreciated that. So once he did the whole build out to make it full length to a door, my contractor, once again, shout out to Tico's Carpentry, specifically Juan, had this great idea to stain the door. And then we did this kind of chalk paint. And, the two of us kind of sat in the basement and is that chalky enough? No, a little bit more chalky, So we had a good time just kind of making this distressed looking. So we really loved how it came out. These little push pads I got from eBay. I'll talk about eBay quite a bit. I love eBay. If there's anything you've ever broken, you think you'll never find again, it is so true. You will find it on eBay. I'm a Pinterest girl. So I don't do anything without creating a Pinterest board. I have a Pinterest board for everything. So I definitely created a Pinterest board to get me started on the design of this home. But knowing that I had done that little bit of history and they said that the home was kind of French Colonial, I said, you know what, I really want to lean into some of that French flair in terms of what I think this home could carry in terms of the design sense of that. I also am kind of like a closet Francophile. I love France, I love Paris. I'll show you guys a little later, I guess, some of the things about me going to floral school, and I went to floral school in Paris. So really, really, something that is close and near and dear to my heart. So I kind of used some of that inspiration of how I wanted to rehab the house, and touches that I wanted to put into it that really gave it some of that French flair. The big moves were the kitchen. I made a full gut rehab of the kitchen. I added a bathroom, or my primary bedroom. And I redid the hall bath. So I did quite a bit of updating here, and I definitely want to give a huge shout out to my contractor, Tico's Carpentry of Union, New Jersey. They were amazing partners to help me rebuild this entire house. Honestly, there's a lot of things in here that I've had since I was in my 20s and had my very first condo that I bought. So I feel like it's kind of like a growing collection of things that represent myself. So this is my dining room. I definitely like to have dinners in here. During the holidays, this is where I set up all of my food and everything on the table here. I usually have a massive floral arrangement for the holidays, so I created this one for Homeworthy, but unfortunately I had to do it a few days ago, so it's a little bit, it's a little bit soft right now, but I love the colors of it. It's peony season, so I always try and include some peonies in my arrangements around this time. But, I love this table. I'll talk about it in a second. Some of the artwork that's in here, I got this Basquiat print, at the MoMA store. My company fortunately has a great discount there. So we're able to get some really nice limited edition things. So this was a limited edition Basquiat piece that I felt like, oh, it's really nice. And it adds a nice, texture to this room. Maybe one day I'll be able to get a real one, but I doubt it. But some of the things, again, more just kind of marble accents, more family photos, pictures of relatives. I really love these lamps. I got these lamps a really, really long time ago. I want to say these are like, I don't know, probably 20 years old at this point. I think these were like in my very first condo, and I really have always loved them. I just love the shape of them, and even though I don't have a ton of silver in the house, I just still feel like they work very well with my decor, and I just love the feminine lines of them. I love this sort of, I don't like engraved. I mean, this is kind of like has a little Indian Bali-esque kind of vibes. So I love this credenza. I got this at Wayfair, I believe, and it just really worked really well in one of my previous apartments. I used to just store like books and things in it, but now it's become sort of like my de facto, sort of like entertaining cabinet. I keep all of my tablecloths and accoutrements for any type of entertaining. All of my friends like to joke with me that I'm the Black Martha Stewart. So about the table and chairs, the table came from CB2, really love it. It has this like really interesting bottom, brass bottom there, which was very pretty. I saw it online and was just like, oh my God, I have to have it. And it was a nice table that seats 6. My previous table seated 8 people, so it's a little smaller than the table that I had before. So hence the reason I have 2 chairs that are kind of outliers here. But 6 is really nice, and the round table really is great for conversation. I love the white top. Like I said, I really love like the white trim all through the house. So the white accents is something that I really love. This little stand here I got in LA many years ago at a shop that was kind of like I don't know, I think it was like Bali kind of esque, home decor store or something going out of business, and I've always really loved it. So I always use it as like a plant stand, and I always make it a focal point, but it's been a really great piece to have. I just love the carvings, and it kind of has a really nice vibe to it. This piece of artwork right here is interesting. I'll back up to this. This piece of artwork is interesting because in my travels and world as being an art director and a creative person in my ad career, lots of times you shoot a commercial, you're creating an environment for the character, an apartment, a bedroom, whatever it is, a set design. And there was an art director, the set designer, the prop designer at the time. We just needed a piece of artwork to like fill a space, on the set. So we went out to the parking lot, he and I together, and just like painted this piece like on the spot. So it was pretty awesome, and it was just one of those things you just do, because it just needed to be done at the time. And he surprised me by shipping it to me, to the agency and I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. And I've always kept it, and it just, once again, the colors worked, and here it is. It lives in my house. So that again is something that's probably like 20 years old. This artwork I love. The piece is called Toto. It's by an artist named Erin Robinson, and you'll see more of her work upstairs in my bedroom when we go up there. But Erin is a really great artist. She actually did one of our US stamps recently, so I'm so glad I was able to get a piece of hers before she, officially has become a household name of sorts. This piece, Toto, was actually a smaller piece, and I asked her to see if she could blow it up into a large statement piece, and she was able to work with her vendors, I believe in North Carolina, to make this a large scale piece. So I really love it. It's part of her Brooklyn Dolly line of art, and I think that's like kind of what she calls her pieces that are in this kind of vein. So I love the colors of it, the graphic nature of it. It's always a big statement. Whenever people come over, they want to like take a selfie in front of it, things like that. So I love that. I think what informs my sense of style is I would say I'm a little bohemian, kind of global chic, I guess, I don't know. I think I kind of am drawn to things that have great texture. I like natural materials like wood. I definitely am more into clean lines. I'm not into anything too fussy. I don't like a lot of clutter or kind of tchotchkes. So I don't have a lot of things that are just sort of all over everything. So I think my aesthetic is kind of artsy and a little bit bohemian, but it's kind of found objects in a way too that I think mix together very well. I like neutral colors, but I like pops of color in places to give it, give it a little bit of depth. Like even with this room, if you look up, I made the ceiling the French silver color. I just like to kind of see things layer on themselves, I guess, is the way I look at my style choices.
So I probably mentioned that I am a lover of flowers, and I went to floral school in Paris. And I went to Catherine Muller School, which are my diplomas here. So my first iteration of going to floral school in Paris, I studied the Marie Antoinette course that was taught by Catherine. This is my diploma, super proud of that. And that time that I spent in Paris is how I learned more of the technique of like the wild kind of flower, loose flower arranging. Just really, really loved everything I learned there in that whole experience. And then I treated myself to a second course there, but this time I went to their London outpost. So in that course, I learned all about weddings and different types of wedding builds, whether they were big arches or doorways or bouquets. So both of my classes instruction I received at Catherine Muller, I'm really, really proud of. So my diplomas are something that helped me feel legit.
So this is my kitchen, and I will honestly say I had big dreams, big visions for this kitchen. They had the stove, the refrigerator, dishwasher, and the cabinetry pretty much stopped here. They didn't have a lot of counter space at all. This whole back half of the kitchen, they had like a high boy table, which was kind of like, I guess, where they ate their meals. So the kitchen was really, it was pretty spare. There were no upper cabinets really at all. So I felt like I had a pretty blank slate in order to work with in here. So once again, I had the Pinterest board because I always have the Pinterest board. I definitely had one image that was an inspiration photo of someone who had built their kitchen with like this little nook that had a bistro table and a little settee. Somewhere they had like coffee and they had like a little muffin on it. And I was like, oh my God, I want that. I want to have like this little Parisian, like I'm sitting in a cafe looking out at the street kind of idea. So the kitchen definitely started with this notion of Parisian bistro. And that's kind of like what I started with as a design inspiration. Probably the very first thing I picked out was the tile. And the tile was the inspiration for many other elements in the kitchen because it's marble with a little touches of gold in it. It has shades of gray, shades of like kind of this mushroom kind of tan. So it really was a versatile pattern, even though it's very subtle. So using that as inspiration, the next thing was the flooring, because I knew I wanted flooring that was going to be durable and easy to clean. Maybe not something too precious that if, things got spilled on it, I was always having to mop it and clean it up. But this like wood plank look that's actually, tile, I really loved it. And I also love laying it in the same kind of, format as what the wall tile is. So it kind of ties the room together, the wall and the floor. So one of the things I really did love, and I kind of stole it from my apartment in LA, was my apartment there had these open cabinets with the glass fronts. And I know for some people that's kind of intimidating because you find that you have to keep your cabinets organized all the time. But that wasn't really that big of a problem for me because I kind of have always had white dishes and I really love having white dishes. So it really looks cohesive. One of the things I went ahead and splurged on was this faucet from Duval Kitchens. I can't afford a Duval kitchen, but I definitely fell in love with their TV show, For the Love of Kitchens, if you ever have seen that. And it's like such a beautiful, well-made faucet. It's brass and like it patinas like as you touch it, so it just has a really beautiful luster to it. But I like the old-timey handles, and it goes well with this like farmer's sink, which I definitely loved. from Kohler. So these were kind of the must-haves in the kitchen, to be honest, with the rehab. So part of doing that was also adding this pot rail from Duval, but I actually use it as a cup kind of holder. This is like my little, I don't know, coffee vignette, I guess. You know, it's like little stacked with little kind of knickknacks and things that kind of represent, you know, a little bit, like I said before, that Parisian sort of vibe, that Baroque vibe. So I found these black Baroque images on Etsy, put them on canvas again, and added it to this look and feel. You'll see a lot of elephants in my home. It's part of my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta. So the elephants definitely have a great, you know, symbolism and place in my home as part of that. The settee is another great story. So again, trying to put that vision together on from that I had on Pinterest. I really needed a little bench here that would fit into the kitchen and into this nook. And again, back on eBay, found this, and a lady was selling it, you know, a little old lady in like Princeton, New Jersey. So I took the drive down to see if I could figure out how to use it. It was literally covered in this like kind of weird mint green paint, and it had a strange brocade fabric. So it wasn't really that pretty, but I don't know, I had vision for it, I guess. I could see the lines of it were really pretty and feminine, and I really liked it. I had no idea what the wood was going to be underneath all that paint, but that was the job. So I quickly jumped on YouTube and called myself trying to DIY strip it. You know, people make it look so easy. It was not. So I basically bailed and took it to Dip and Strip in Hackensack. So if you ever need anything stripped and you're in New Jersey, Dip and Strip is your place. Those guys took care of it overnight and, you know, really revealed this beautiful kind of honey wood. And so I love that. So the upholstery was, again, another interesting story. I was, you know, dating someone who lived in Terrytown, and he would take me to vintage shops all the time, and we would go to antique fairs. And I ran across a place that just had fabric, you know, by the bolt. So I bought this upholstery fabric, not really knowing what I'd do with it at the time, but it was so cheap. I just figured I was doing all these projects around my house, I'd eventually find something I wanted to reupholster. So I bought the bolt, and maybe it was my art training, but it just happened to perfectly match the drapes I already had. I was able to kind of match that really well, and took it to a local upholsterer, and he just really went to town and made it great. So I love it. This pillow, I want to make sure I shout out this pillow. This is from the designer Sheila Bridges. Her collection, she has created a fabric called Harlem Toile, which is really, really popular. She has an amazing, you know, collection of things that use Harlem Toile fabric or prints or anything like that. You know, she's had collections at Bloomingdale's and Wedgwood. You know, it's just amazing. So I feel very honored that I was able to afford a pillow. So I have the pillow here in the house, and I love that it's kind of the original print and the original color with the oatmeal background. It works really well in here, and again goes along with the whole Parisian, I think, feeling, but also adding the touches of blackness that go along with that too, because of the scenery within that print. I love it. So yeah, that's my kitchen. So right before we go outside, I just want to point out two things in this little mud room. First of all, this is like the last piece of original anything in the house, probably. It's a pantry that's been here since the very beginning. So I just repainted it, put new handles on, but this is like a really great pantry for food storage. I just want to say quickly about this wallpaper. I love, it's, you know, it's peel and stick, but I just love that it has like the botanical theme, which goes along with everything I love floral wise, but it had the right colors, you know, in the pale gray with the gold. So it really made a nice little kind of statement, you know, right here in this small space. Also, I painted the ceiling in here black, you know, to kind of go along with the palette in the living room. This door is original to the house. I love that it's like a split Dutch door, so it's like really cool for the summertime, you know, to be able to have it open without having it fully open. So that's great. So we're gonna go outside now into my floral studio, into my yard. So we're in my backyard now, on the way to the floral studio. I recently had my landscaping redone because my garage, as you can see, is almost a replica of my home, and I had it extended to include my floral studio. So we're gonna go to the floral studio next. But because my backyard was entirely trashed after all that construction, it was really critical to get my landscaping done. And also because I'm going to be teaching classes in my floral room, so I wanted it to be a beautiful experience for anyone that comes over. So I wanted to make sure the backyard really looked reflective of that whole experience. So I want to give a big shout out to CLC Landscaping here in New Jersey. They're based in, I believe, Basking Ridge, if I'm not mistaken. And they did a fantastic job of, finishing up my yard here. So we'll talk about that as well. So I love to sit back here in the summer and entertain. We've had a little rain, so I haven't put out all my cushions and everything, but I have dining seating for 10. I have conversation seating. Over in that far corner is a koi pond. I don't have any fish in there right now because there's been so much construction going on, but normally I have little fishies back there, so I love that. Come and check on them. Part of the design that I worked on with CLC Landscaping was really being able to make this area have lots of flowers, be very pretty, really be reflective of like what I'm hoping people will feel when they come into my flower studio and to take classes, is to really feel like there's a lot of vegetation and plants here. So the designer that I worked with, Eric, he was fantastic about bringing my vision to life. I had this is a great story. I had a big tree that was here in the yard, and unfortunately it started dying, it split, and I had to take it down. It made me so sad to have to cut down a massive tree. It was like one of these really tall trees that had been here probably, I don't know, maybe 100 years. So I felt terrible having to take it down, but it was a danger at that point. So because the roots were so widespread, there was really nothing else that would grow here. So we made the decision to make this a conversation fire pit area. Which worked out really well. But when the guys took the tree down, I did ask them to cut me a slice of the trunk. So this is a slice of the trunk of the tree that I had put here in the center of this conversation pit. This will be where my fire pit sits on top of, like this little pedestal. I don't know, but for spiritual reasons, I thought it was great to be able to return the tree back to its original place, and eventually it'll disintegrate back into the soil and be back at home where it was once again. So I felt like that was my way of preserving the spirit of the tree in the yard. So yeah, I have a beautiful set of plants back here. I have tons of hydrangea, I have iceberg roses, I have allium, catnip, yeah, I'm just really excited to see all the flowers come in at some point. It was really important to kind of have this little privacy hedge that we added. I have a pink dogwood there, which is a perfect view right from the center of the doors here. So yeah, so this will be a great opportunity in the summertime, and in the evenings to come out and have a glass of wine with friends, light up the fire pit when I put it out, and enjoy the new garden. So let's go inside the flower room. Okay, so welcome to my floral studio. So this is where I will be teaching classes. I can take up to 7 students in this room, but I also work out of here as like a home office. I like to call it my she shed when I'm home, working a couple days a week from home. So I do spend a decent amount of time out here, whether it's just me or hopefully with students in the future. So just kind of taking a look at this room. Again, this was kind of the brainchild of myself and my contractor, Tico's Carpentry. They really, really did execute my vision to a T. I so loved that they were so collaborative and great partners and problem solvers when we were kind of like putting this room together. So I will honestly say the first thing that sparked like my vision for this room, believe it or not, were these 3 lights. I got those lights at like Home Goods or HomeSense. I really, really love them, those baskets. And I love the idea of them being, 3s and 3s. So that was kind of like a big inspiration to start with, to say, okay, I really want something that feels like it has some lightness and it feels feminine. So I really love that. The second thing that this room absolutely positively had to have was this table. Huge story on this table. I got this table literally 25 years ago. It was probably the first major purchase I ever made as an adult. I bought it while I was on a work trip in LA, and Actually, I bought it like without actually seeing it because I got it from one of these like import-export people, and he only had pictures of it because it was like a door from like a school or a temple. I'm not even 100% sure that they were going to make into a table. So he found this one, which was all carved flowers, and serendipitously, here we are, a table carved with flowers in a room meant for flowers. So it was almost meant to be. So this table has been in my condo in Chicago for the last 20 years, and it was quite the ordeal to move it here because it's incredibly heavy. It's antique, so a lot of people didn't even want to move it. So I ended up finding someone who was literally like willing to drive out there in like a van and pick it up, you know, just as a singular piece of furniture. I got these great little stools on Amazon that I put together myself one Saturday, which work perfectly, sliding underneath, and they're great for students. So yeah, so I always have flowers out here, which is awesome. It always smells really good in here too because of that. Little other little things in here that I love. I had this armoire already. This was something that was also a part of the furniture that I had previously owned in Chicago, so I had it shipped out here. And the guys made a perfect size nook for it to just slide into the wall. So it's storage for some of my floral supplies, you know, a lot of what I keep in here when I'm doing jobs. So I really love that. This piece of artwork here, which is actually just a tapestry, late night scrolling, death scrolling on Instagram, and Anthropology was having an amazing sale. It was one of those 40% off, you know, get it right now sales. So I happened to get on there and went to the home section, and lo and behold, they had this tapestry, and I said, oh my God, that's perfect for my room. It's a flower. So I purchased it and it was great. So I was really glad I snagged that because it really gives some depth to the space, I think. The sofa from World Market, yet another clearance find. I was really happy about that. So again, all these elements started really coming together for me, and it really made the room kind of have the look and feel that I was hoping for. So as far as like floral design tips and tricks, I would say probably one of the things most people need to know is like, if you're gonna go buy flowers at say like Trader Joe's or the grocery store, that's totally okay. Just know that, you know, when you get those types of things, it's easy to make a really beautiful arrangement by just sticking to the same colors, you know, different flowers in the same colors. Really makes a nice arrangement, especially if you're a beginner. Another thing that helps the lifespan of your flowers is to put a little bit of bleach, like a cap full of bleach, and a little sip of Sprite in your water. And that'll make your flowers stay fresh for a really long time. So this arrangement that I made here, it's a few days old. It's probably like 4 days old now. And the main thing that's changing colors is the peonies, which they do. They pop pretty quickly and then they change colors. But I still think it has a little beautiful life in it. It feels almost like a still life of sorts. You know, I kind of like the look and feel of this wild look. This is what I learned in floral school. Here's one of my books, one of my favorite books, Peonies. I have lots of books here to instruct me. But yeah, everything I have in here is definitely for the purpose of teaching and helping people get really comfortable with the idea of floral arranging for themselves, but also to just make a nice experience for ladies or whoever wants to take the class. Again, on the Parisian theme, I managed to score this map of Paris from my neighbor who was tossing it from her daughter's high school bedroom. And I said, hey, I can give it a new life with a new frame, and it belongs in here very nicely. This piece of artwork was actually painted by my neighbor, and I purchased it from her at one of our art fairs. So it's like her kind of impression of a Degas, you know, so I really love that. This is another one of the Black Baroque pieces I was able to find on Etsy, so just carrying that kind of look through. Just a little plug for my own business. So here's my Roots Botanicals card. So designed these myself, but you know, these are my business cards, which I like to keep in a nice little marble tray here. So yeah, my flower room definitely has plenty of supplies, and you know, I have lots of things like candles. So if anybody needs me to make an arrangement for them for any special occasions, I have all the equipment to do just that. This little area is my library, if you will. So I have all of my floral books here. that I use to inspire me. I reference them quite a bit. And this is the book, honestly. There was someone else that was featured on Homeworthy, so I want to make sure I give a shout out to the person whose book I actually have, another Homeworthy person that was featured. So I actually have her book. This is Sandra Sigmund. So she was an episode of Homeworthy, and serendipitously, I had her book. Years ago, when I first started my floral business, my parents being super supportive, and I appreciated that, took my logo, and paid for me to get these aprons made for my staff. So I would do weddings, and I'd probably hire up to 6 or 7 girls sometimes to help me with weddings. So we needed to look official when we showed up. So we had these aprons to be a part of our uniform. So now my students, when they come and take class, will wear an apron to feel official. Like I said, this is my desk. I work out here, when I'm working from home. So that's my computer stand, little things like that. Interestingly enough, this little desk fit perfectly here, but I scored it off of like Facebook Marketplace because a couple was having a baby and they needed to clear out a spare bedroom. So they actually had this desk, but they had never assembled it. It was still in the box. So I got lucky on that and scored that little desk to fit there. So yeah. I think my favorite thing about this home is that it has a lot of light. It happens to be a cloudy day today, but under normal circumstances, like my living room is like flooded with light from the French doors and the French windows, which I usually open. Hopefully you'll see my puppy later, Leo. He's a French bulldog. He loves sitting in the window and barking at whoever walks by, but he also likes to sunbathe quite a bit. So I think another thing that I really love about the home is the layout. It's a very easy layout. It's not a lot of small nooks and crannies. The floor plan is very open, so you have plenty of space to move around and flow from room to room. So I do like that about the home quite a bit. So we're headed up to my second floor, but I wanted to pause here because there's 2 things I really love in this area. First, there's this piece of artwork that I got many, many years ago. I won it at an auction for a Rwandan kind of refugee organization. So I was really happy to be able to support that organization, but also get this amazing piece of art. And the second thing in this area is the house fan. That is the house fan from when the house was built. I guess it was their version of air conditioning at the time. And it just works with this really simple controller here. You turn it on and it pretty much like sucks all the hot air out of the top floor of the house. So it really does work like air conditioning. It's pretty amazing. So this is my guest bathroom, which I redid. Again, our friends at Tico's Carpentry. So it was definitely a very basic bathroom. One of the things that I think was the best decision we made was turning this into a pocket door. Because the pocket door really allowed us to have more floor space in here, so the door wasn't swinging anymore, which blocked the tub. But pretty much everything is in the original space that it was in. We just did cosmetic upgrades, so new vanity, new tub, all new tile. I really, the inspiration in here started with the macrame drapes that I actually have turned into a de facto shower curtain, if you will. The real shower curtain is this, but this is more decorative. Another lamp that I managed to find at Home Goods that was kind of in a clearance bin, but really was awesome. So it just sort of started the vision, I guess, of this being very natural, having a lot of wood accents. I really like it. Over in this little nook here, we had this kind of dead area. So we kind of made that into a little, feature with the African art and some of the little more of the reclaimed wood shelves. So just kind of carrying that motif through the house. So this is the primary bedroom. This is my room. And when I bought the house, the bedroom was the full kind of width of this top floor over here, but I didn't have a master bath. I didn't have a primary bath for myself. So I decided with my contractors to once again make a plan to add a bathroom to this bedroom. So this wall was not here before. We added this wall. Of course, we added the archway once again to kind of emulate some of the other arches that are in the house. I decided to bring that same color from the living room upstairs. So the color of the room is the caviar with the stark white trim. So it kind of, again, grounds the house and makes it feel cohesive as you move from room to room. Here is some more artwork from Erin Robinson. So we had the big piece downstairs, Toto. So these are a couple of her other 2 pieces of the Brooklyn Dolly line. So these were the first 2 pieces I purchased of hers, which I really loved, of the print, and had them framed. And just love the frames that I chose, and it kind of looks feminine, and once again it just feels like it works. So I've had those for quite a while. When it comes to the bed itself, you know, I was able to get this nice little bench to put at the end of the bed, you know, just something nice to put my shoes on and things like that. My sister was kind enough to purchase me this rug as a gift when my sister and brother-in-law, when I moved in. That was kind of like a housewarming contribution, so it worked perfectly. I love it. The bed itself, you know, when I lived in New York the first time, I lived in an apartment on the Upper West Side, and the owner of the apartment had a platform for the bed. And even though he didn't, you know, I had my own mattress and everything, I just loved the platform idea. So I bought the platform from him, you know, put my own mattresses on it, and now I have this bed that is super tall, but I do love it to have to climb into it. I'm a pillow girl, so I have tons of pillows on the bed. This chair rail I love having above the bed here because it allows me to like change out the artwork as much as I like. So right now I have this poster from the Cara Walker exhibit from 2014, which was at Domino's Sugar Factory. I really, really, really loved that whole art exhibit. It was really amazing. So that was a great memory from that. I've had these lamps for a really long time, but I do love, you know, the color of them, and I love the kind of geometric shapes of them. Since the bed is so tall, again, it's too tall for traditional nightstands. So I just use these like table rounds. They work really well in terms of like, you know, bedside tables. And I'm not a person who has a lot on my bedside table, so I don't mind it being like really clean. Leo, of course, gets to sleep in here. He sleeps in here with me. So this is yet another one of his beds, which you see he's in right now, waiting for a nap, probably waiting for this to be over. My contractor recently installed that hook there, which I really like. It's like a little valet. It allows me to just kind of hang, you know, whatever I'm going to wear the next day up and make a decision on if I think I should do it or not. But it's also a nice way to like let the wrinkles fall out of your clothes too overnight. So I like having that little valet hook. So this little area was, again, part of what we constructed with the bathroom now. It's not really fully a dressing area, I would say, but it is kind of like a nice little, you know, seating nook, if you will. I have this chair here, which I can, again, use to put on shoes and whatnot. This great little side table, martini table my sister gave me, has the bird and botanical motif that kind of goes along with other things in the house. But what I really love in here is this hutch that I found. It has become sort of like my de facto jewelry box, but just an oversized one. So I have all my jewelry in here, you know, bracelets, necklaces, you know, the whole nine. I mean, it's basically costume jewelry, but it's everything that I've collected over the years and really love. You know, like I said, I shop at a lot of antique shops and flea markets and any and everywhere. So I always find really interesting pieces when I go places. Like I found this really cool bracelet that I plan on wearing at some point this summer, you know, things like that. So I just really love, you know, having a place to have all of my jewels that I love. I'll just talk about these little guys for a second because I found these at an estate sale and I think the owner was using them as paperweights, but they're actually bracelets. And I believe they're from either Cameroon or Senegal, but each of these is like a pound. I mean, they're super heavy. If I had a skinny enough arm, they'd probably go up about this high, but they're super heavy. I just really love them. I love to look at them. So I'm glad I purchased them. They were a great find. So if we just take a look into the bathroom, so this was the little bathroom that we built. You know, it's really just a shower, you know, a very simple bathroom for myself. The things I love in here are, we wanted to carry out the botanical theme again in the house. So the tile is a botanical kind of pattern tile. I was able to once again find this dresser at Anthropology on some other, death scrolling evening sale. And it was a dresser that just happened to fit in this space perfectly. And my contractor just retrofitted it to be a vanity. So he added the holes for the piping and everything like that. Once again, at the urgency of my friend who's the lighting designer, lights are the jewelry of the home. So I went ahead and splurged on these lamps from Soho Home. So Soho House has their own collection of home furnishings. So I splurged on these. I found this mirror, which was really interesting. And again, had this kind of leaf motif at World Market, believe it or not. And, it just worked perfectly, in terms of its size and the look and feel. So I really love it. My contractor just added again, we found some more of the reclaimed wood. And then I found this botanical drawing of a flower at another antique market. So again, it worked within the space, so I really loved it. The shower, I love the Zalige tile from Tile Bar. It just made it a really nice, clean look. So I really like that. And of course, all the gold fixtures kind of go along with the rest of the look of the house as well. So yeah, just really love the bathroom here. Again, another pocket door we added, just a space saving, method. So really love that. What home means to me is a place of respite, somewhere that you can feel 100% safe, comfortable. You never have to have any regrets. I used to say to friends, especially when it comes to decorating, I was like, hey, there's nothing that a throw pillow can't fix. So don't be afraid of decorating and making mistakes. So I feel like your home is a place to be a canvas for your personality, for the things that you love. I've never looked at my home as a place that needed to be a replica of a particular style or a particular store, like you buy everything on the display. That's never really been my particular taste. So I love being able to have a place that feels like a repository of all the things I really do love. And it's important to just kind of know that you have to enjoy your home while you're in it and while you have it. It's always going to be a work in progress. You don't ever have to feel like it's finished or done, because it's a living thing just like you. So I feel like your home is something that grows with you, and it changes and sort of reflects who you are at any given time. So I really do love that.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Vanessa Arbuthnott. I'd love to show you my home. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Arbuthnott. I'm a fabric designer with a mail order business and a shop and showroom. And you're here in my home in the Cotswolds. My husband and I, 40 years ago, left London, and after about 8 years and 4 children later, we found this house, which we're going to show you. But at that point, it was a cow byre. The cows had left, and it was basically just a ruined barn and cow byre. And we spent the last 32 years making it into a home, and still work in progress. But the children are now grown up, and they have children, so that generations are now beginning to enjoy it, which is wonderful for us. My husband's an architect. It was his dream to find a site or something we could renovate, and we ended up here with 4 acres of field with no trees and an empty cow byre. I was slightly horrified at the beginning. Nicholas found it, and so we just took 6 months to make it watertight and comfortable enough to move in, but with no flooring. Well, there were floorboards, but we had no carpets, we had no beds, we slept on mattresses, we had no doors. So it was a leap of faith, put it that way, because we were in quite a comfortable little rented cottage in a nearby village, Sapperton. So I knew Nick would make it amazing, and it was really his vision initially, to be absolutely honest. And then once I could see the shape and the size of the rooms, it was really over to me to work out the colours, the fabrics, and what was our look, what was our sense of aesthetic. That was something we had to discover really, because we were starting from scratch. So here we are in my hall, a symmetrical, so you enter and it extends to the left and to the right and has 2 staircases that we made, quite steep wooden staircases, and we had the handrails made by a local blacksmith. So they're quite unusual. I really love painted spaces and I love painted floors. I'm not a good one for natural wood, I'm afraid. So I have created this space with all the windows and doors and stairs are all painted a sort of powder blue colour. The floor I've used an Osmo system. It's oil, it's natural with pigment in it, and you don't have to sand it ever again. Museums use it. You just wipe a bit more of colour into it where it's wearing thin, and by the morning it's hardened off. So this floor is now 30 years old and it's still going. So this was the basic colour, was this powder blue, and I've chosen ochre yellow to go with it to really warm up the space. And this is a newish fabric which I created, well, newish, during lockdown from a potato. We went up the top of Scotland to a little cottage when we were allowed to, and I just played with potatoes, and came up with this print. Lovely interplay of negative and positive images, and I've given it a little edge of my pretty maid to pick up on the smoky blue colour. In this room we've got a real mixture of family versus old inherited art and furniture, and then newly made pieces by my children and parents and friends. So going over this side, we've got an absolute mixture here. We've got a sort of playful drawing by Rose. Rose is my artist daughter. There's quite a lot of Rose here. And then we've got a portrait of my husband. At one point he was supposed to pop his clogs with cancer, so we had a painting done and a sculpture done, both of which he doesn't really appreciate. Anyway, he survived, so now we're enjoying them. And he actually had me painted to sort of pay me back down the other end of the room. And down here, we've got a little drawing done by Flora when she was terribly young, when my sister got married, which she must have been about 4 or 5, and she painted my sister in a white dress. I framed that, I love it. George, in 95, so how old would he be then? Born in 86, so I think he was 9, was he, is that right? Self-portrait, and the children all come up and say Uncle George, they love that. This was a very early screen print of my first cockerel design. And so it goes on, lots of everything, Rose, Flora, does sort of fun stylized animals. And then over here we've got a huge drawing done by Rose at the Prince's Drawing School, which is just fabulous, I feel. I love it. So it sits there, pride of place. What else have we got? Inherited bits of furniture, brown furniture from my parents, and then the most beautiful Dutch marquetry piece here, which is about the only really special thing we have in the house, and it's full of incredible pottery, and I've layered it actually with other precious things. One of my Flora absolutely loves making all these little ceramic animals that are all lined up at the top of this, carefully placed in here. They're just beautiful, so they're all filled with that, and then masks that we've made with papier-mâché, etc. So that's full of precious things. She works very well. And another inherited chest. This came from Nick's side of the family. It's full of the camping kit. My husband's a sculptor. He absolutely loves sculpting. We have one of his heads here. And Rose did a bronze of my husband's father from a video, actually, a very old video. So that's quite fun. We still have him in the house. It's quite sort of tactile. It's lovely actually having a sculpture of somebody because you can almost put your arms around it. I've got this, taken the two colours, the smoky blue and the ochre yellow, into these roller blinds, which we make in my business, and we've added in this quite clever pellet which just covers the roll. So you can use roller blinds in living areas, and it's not just utilitarian, behind a kitchen sink, etc. And it just sits there beautifully, and it's not fussy, and it's so easy to up and down and add light and take away light. So I love that. And up this stairwell we have, so we call it the Mugs Gallery. I have some old portraits of my side of the family mixed with some newer portraits and some quite fun pictures of various members of the family. So that's quite fun. There's a picture of me there as a child, a drawing of me in the silver frame in the middle, and on the right a picture of Rose by a friend of mine with a red cardigan on. And we both look so alike there. So this staircase rises up into our bedroom and a spare room, and that staircase rises up into two other bedrooms. And off this hall we have a deep freeze room and wine stored. We have a cloakroom, loo in there, a boot room in there. So there's lots of little spaces that we've used. These pictures are all put up, if you like, it's just spontaneously with no measuring, no spirit levels. They actually evolves too. It's not always the same as other paintings come through, but I just see that slightly themed that side with portraits. This is a portrait of me by Rose as well. So this is all portraits really, and we have a few landscapes, but there's a real mixture. And this area here probably gives you the most. It's got the most eclectic mixture here. So we have unframed painting, frame paintings. Here's a really beautiful old oil painting, much more classic, sitting next to this. And then, more modern art. And then this is Nick's old family school, where he was born. So it's eclectic. It's not serious. It's fun. It's playful. And I've tried to make sure that most of the children are represented in it. Ned hasn't got anything in here, who's my youngest son. But I must dig something out, actually, now I'm thinking about it. There's a real eclectic mix of fabrics here. Some mine, this is an embroidered by my mother for our 30th anniversary, Nicholas and Vanessa, 30 years. This is a sort of dotty check, which is quite a new design, again inspired by Rose. This is a shibori fabric, we call it. This is a hand-printed paisley. It's called Life and Eternity. This is our cow parsley, which is one of our best sellers, really. Just sprigs of cow parsley and butterflies. And this chair, I've got a picture of my father sitting in this chair. How old are we all now? I'm 66, so 64 years ago, I got my picture of my father sitting in this chair with my little sister as a baby. So it's just in a plain yellow, but it's a very lovely old arts and crafts chair. So I'm afraid most of the fabrics are mine. Occasionally I was given this by a friend, this little cushion she made for my birthday. I'm sure it's important not to have all my own fabrics. These flowers here aren't from my garden, but I have a florist next to my showroom, and I just spied them and thought they just looked lovely and gentle and natural. So I'm not even sure what it is, but I thought they sit very nicely there. And we always have the door open, and it's an absolutely wonderful thing about the house is that you can just step outside into the garden incredibly easily and sit wherever you want. We have lots of little chairs and benches. But at the minute we've got sprigs of cow parsley in all the hedgerows. So this print becomes very kind of has its moment. It's May, May cow parsley. In fact, it's happened in April this year, but it's growing everywhere here. And then these are ceramics by children. And I kept, this was made by my eldest child, George, when he was about 9, a coil pot. It's broken and stuck together effectively. This was made by the girls, I think, this little cat. Children, the grandchildren will love it. Then I think this was cast around a corn on the cob by Rose in a kiln. Got that. And then there's a little papier-mâché dish that we must have made we used to make a lot of translucent papier-mâché. Rather lovely against the light. So it's very precious. I think these are the things that make a home, are the paraphernalia of the history of the family, really. It's a build-up of precious objects, and some of them are in there, and some less fragile are there. So in here, we have just an old Belfast sink, and tend to have our family photographs. I don't suppose you really want to be in my loo room, but all round behind you, it's full of family photographs. People come in here and they don't come out very quickly. I think they come out and think, my goodness, how old Vanessa looks now, because this is where my wedding photographs are here. And there's lots of memorable, but we're not brilliant at photographs that stand on things because they all get sort of knocked over, and we haven't got those occasional tables for those things, but this is the place really. And I've got one of my wallpapers in here, which I think it's quite fun to, if you like, decorate up a cloak, a downstairs loo, and make it, give it a character, rather than just painting it off-white, like the rest of this house. It's actually painted a lime white, it's like a putty colour. And I reversed it, so rather than having the colour on the walls downstairs, I got the colour on the woodwork and then the neutral on the walls to enable the pictures, the fabrics to stand out and to be the heroes, which I think lots of people do that, but it's quite fun making the stairs the important part of the room really, and letting the colour flow on down like this. When I was trying to decide how to decorate this house, I just went to loads of old magazines and tore out pages of things that I liked the look of, and to try and define my style. And one of the things was somebody who had done this similar idea of painting the windows and the colour, the frames, and having a neutral wall. So it wasn't really completely my inspiration, to be honest. My husband's very, very keen on symmetry and vistas, even inside the house, let alone outside the house. So you enter into the middle of one of the sides of this U-shaped cow byre, enter at the centre of the back. And it's only 1 room thick, this U-shaped cow byre. And so you enter into a hall, and right opposite you is a huge door which takes you straight into the garden. And so you eventually just see a garden ahead of you with 1 room, if you like, which is the hall. And then you turn left, and we live down on the left of the house, which goes on into a kitchen, dining, sitting room. And then beyond that, we have another big sitting room, which I also use as an office. And I have a work table, which is behind me. And then the other side of the house, we have, if you like, 2 little cottages that we've made. One we let to a friend of my daughter's with her children, and the other we use from time to time for resident artists, or we had some Ukrainians, so we have a little 2-bedrooms unit there, which sometimes we expand into because my family is now growing, so we need all the bedrooms when they come. So because it's 1 room thick all the way around, we have to have a staircase for every pair of bedrooms. Even though you can pass through from bedroom to bedroom to bedroom to bedroom, the children got a bit cross about that when they were growing up, and so there are doors that got locked between the bedrooms, but now it's all open and the grandchildren career around. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms on this side. And on the other side, 1, 2, 3, another 4 bedrooms on the other side with little bathrooms, and they've all got staircases. And my mum has a ground floor bedroom we made for her, which we nicknamed the Ritz, just to make her feel like it was a treat. Anyway, it's called the Ritz, which is a ground floor bedroom, and it's really to help Mum not have to climb the stairs. And that's it, really. But the courtyard is like another room because it's as if the house has got its arms around the garden in the middle. It's very sheltered, and you can pass through the courtyard to cross from one side of the house to another. So it's like an extended hall. So over the years, the house has continued to evolve, and we've added various spaces depending on the needs, really. We have created studios for my artist daughter up in the top of the barn. Actually, we have a whole series of studios in the drive, which we lend. I don't know, we don't really rent them out, but we have artisans who come every day. We have a leather worker, a weaver, and a painter, and they do things in kind. Like the leather worker decorates for me, and the weaver helped me design some of my rugs. So it's a sort of symbiotic relationship with them, but it's lovely having other beating hearts here. So now we're going to head over into the kitchen, which is also my dining room and a sort of daytime sitting room. So come on, let's go. So here we are in my kitchen, which is also our dining area, and at the other end we have a fireplace and a sitting area. Again, this room grew organically. We never made a fitted kitchen. It developed from, everything started from this cupboard here, which is my father's tool cupboard in his shed. And that's why our kitchen is so high. So it's really hip height, which has been really quite wonderful for working at. So that was the first. And from then I found cupboards in junk shops and repurposed them, got them mended, put a little feature of wood on the top to unite them. I loved glass. I don't like solid cupboards because I can't see what's in there and I forget things. So I just have a few cupboards with glass fronts, and actually behind this room, through this little window, I've got a pantry where I have a dishwasher and I have shelves with all herbs and backup paraphernalia, you know, the coffee, the teas, rice and all that, so I can keep a minimum in this space. This is an Everhot, which is like an Aga, but it's electric. And the handles come up, that's square. And then we had to cut out these little areas of the beam so I can open and close the lid. They're fantastic for ironing. So if you put all your slightly damp washing or bring them off the line overnight on here, it all settles and dries and airs and self-irons in the night. And you can switch, it's got, since I'm going to be selling Everhots now, but it's 2 cookers, and you can shut one side down to be more eco and just cook on what you need at the time. So, what have I got? So I've got all my funny cupboards. I've got a whole lot of ceramics. I've sort of gone into this warm, reddy, earthy colour in this room with this, keeping the smoky blue from the hall coming through. I think it's quite good to keep one colour from another room and bring it through. It sort of unites the room. So here we've got terracottas and smoky blues, and these are a whole lot of very favourite old ceramics. This is one I used to design ceramics. This is one of mine, a little jug with a cockerel on it. And this is one I found on Tyree in a Scottish island, a teapot. This is my mother's. She gave me from the Alps. It was a classic alpine pottery in Europe. This lovely jug is made by actually a cameraman for BBC called Jack Garland, and his father's a famous potter in the next village, and I bought this jug from him. And I got my little fox there. And I've got eggshells that the children have brought in from outside. And I've actually got a bee here too, buzzy bee, to show them. So they all mean something. And then I've also got a few extra little bits of art that I love. What was that? Dear Mum, Merry Christmas, love, Flora. I have no idea how old that is, but it's very sweet, isn't it? Here I've got a thing about telling me how much I've got to eat more fibre. So that's a little memoir. Then coming down here, we eat off wooden plates. I have no idea why it started. I think again it was one of my kids, so we have a lot of wooden. We eat off wooden platters, so here we have wood. This area here is the dresser sort of bridges the two areas, and the dresser is full of memorabilia, of objects that are precious, and we do eat off the plates. They're not valuable, but they're all nostalgic. Some of these were my early pottery, and I did one up there. So those big plates. There was a design called Out and About. It was really about Italian hilltop town with a little church and a car coming along, and people and those lovely sort of lollipop trees. What are they called? I don't know what they're called now, but anyway, there they are. And ceramics are made by the children. I think this is one of the girls. This one here, 2000, had several breaks. Flora made that with 3 daisies on it. So she must have been she was born in 1990, she must have been 10 when he had that. We have the odd photograph on the dresser. That's George and my grandson Benji. And I have rather a precious photograph of my dad, who died about 15 years ago. Have that there. And again, another family picture of my mum and my sister, which is very special, sitting there. So that's a little family group. My brother is not there. And then really coming around into the sitting area, we have full-on fabrics. So we have Little Fern, which was the same as the hall fabric, but a much smaller version. And we've got a lovely little stripe here. It's called Simple Ticking. It's nice to have a stripe. This is May Blossom. Sits there. I think some of these are reflected in the blinds around the room. So there's an interplay of pattern. It's pattern on pattern, which I think you can do as long as you stick to a colour palette. So I've probably got about 3 or 4 colours going on. Terracotta, smoky blue, a grey, and a dark grey, and then a sort of pigeony colour. And I just stick to those, but I can pile patterns on top of each other. And here we've got curtains and more of these roller blinds that work well with these pelmets in these windows. My husband and one of my kids just can't stop reading books, so there's always books everywhere. I probably read a little bit less, just I like a good novel. We use these 2 bookcases either side of the fireplace. You know, it's sort of a purposeful aesthetics, symmetrical, and adds a little bit, you know, it's a great space for books, and also adds a lot of colour. I certainly don't look into deciding what colour books to go in a bookshelf or on the footstool. A book is a book. But some people I know do that. They kind of think, I think we need a terracotta book on that footstool. But that would be, for me, taking it a bit far, really. So I've got, my daughter Rose loves still alive. She always sits and paints here in the kitchen. We've got 100 studios that she could sit in, but she wants to be here in the heart of the kitchen. So her easel's waiting. And we have quite a lot of her still lives here. One above the fireplace in lovely rustic colours, and then another one over there in ochre yellows. Got Kitty Garland, who is Rose's friend across the way, is really, really good at painting owls. I love this owl sitting here. That was Rose painted on Scottish Island, she found a bit of old floorboard in a garage and she painted that lovely image. I think it's up in Mull or Skye. This is my sister sculpted Rose. Oh, this is Flora when she was little. And then this is Rose, done by my sister. She's also an artist. And then the Rose did this of an old man. Well, I don't think he's very old actually, but so they all mean something. I'm being very careful not to break them. This was a wedding present. The picture of the Lake District on this side, and then Nestor Nicholas 1984 there. And then Flora did these lovely birds for Christmas, and I'd actually left them up. And of course the wood burner is great in the winter, we love it. On the floor in this house were these bricks, you can see outside, which we lifted and put outside. So they were sort of blue clay bricks that were on for the cows. Don't forget there were cows here, and cows don't want floorboards. So we found these reclaimed floorboards. So all the floorboards we've put in, every single thing in this house is new. And in this room we've whitened them with lime to make them, it's more Scandinavian the look, and it's light and airy. So know that certainly the wood floors are all new. And we've got an oak floor next door, the sitting room. And all the blue tiles went outside to make the paths, which is quite fun, isn't it? Every chair is different, isn't it? I'm not sure that's great, but that's how it's evolved, really. I have a community room in town next to my shop, which we let out to everybody. We let people use it in the community for free for all sorts of reasons. And I bought 20 of these Italian, I'm afraid they're plastic chairs, but they're so resilient and amazing that I've ended up with a few of them here because they can be inside and outside. And they're also very good for older people they got handles. Got another one here. Then we've got this sort of more aesthetically smart little, I don't know really what's going on there, but that's rather beautiful, isn't it? And then this I covered for a photo shoot. It's a Marks and Spencer's little office chair. Everybody loves this. The children love whizzing around in it. So that is also quite fun. I'm not very mixy and matchy. I quite like things to be different. And this table is unusually narrow and very long and has two ends. And we had 15 for Easter. That's how many we are now in the family, including my mum. So this is set up for that. And we'll take these wings off again soon and reduce it down. And then we have a couple of watercolours of my mother's there. We go to Wales to the beach there, and that's us all in a sandcastle there and then on the beach. They're quite precious, really. And we have an indoor-outdoor, so we can eat out there easily or inside here. So it's really lovely having that opportunity to just jump outside without having to take lots of trays and things. We've got a vine that's just coming into leaf, which gives us lots of lovely shade. And on the other side of the kitchen, we have our vegetable garden, so we can nip out there and hopefully, as long as everything doesn't die of the drought, because I've had so little rain, we can pick a lettuce leaf and some greens out there. And I've got some chickens. In fact, they're absent at the moment, but I usually keep chickens. This is a sculpture Nick did of his mother, and she sits here watching me in the kitchen. Nick's the youngest of 8 kids, and they ran a prep school. So she was a headmaster's wife, and she did most of the cooking and the mending. So she was always by the cooker. So I have her here in the kitchen with me, and she was a very wise old lady. So for lighting, we haven't gone for any spots or anything, but we've gone for these overhead lamps with diffusers in them, so that you don't get any bright bulb light in your eyes. Got 2 of them, but of course we've moved the kitchen around, so luckily we've allowed had extension of this wire, what do you call this stuff? Electrical cord. Because this table was once in the middle, so luckily. So those are 2 lights that light up those areas. I have a little lamp there, and then these 2 really nice, high, solid lights by the fireplace in lampshades made by my company, my business, again in that same print as the hall curtains. It's called Wild Fern. And it reflects the lovely smoky blue of the Stockholm stripe footstool and the cushions. So there's a huge interplay of pattern, which I think works enough. A lot of people have plain sofas and patterned cushions, but here it's just eclectic. 30 years ago, I went to an auction in Cirencester. We needed a big dresser, and this one came up for sale. I had a baby in my backpack and I think 2 others, and my auction card with my number on it. And it came up, and it was missing this drawer. We had to have a drawer made. But I'd measured, it was absolutely perfect. And I sort of came to bid for it, and eventually I had, meant to put out your card with the number, but Ned had put the card down the back of the baby carrier. But I had to get him off and get the card out. And anyway, this eventually I came home and said, I got it. I've got the dresser. So I think it's absolutely perfect. And the bottom of it now is just full of children's toys. That's the plates where the toys live. And I think in a big room like this, it's important to have big bits of furniture, right scale for the room, and this is the right scale for this room. A nice big sofa and a nice big table. Otherwise, you end up with lots of space, and I don't think it works that very well, really. We hang out in this room, Nick and I, in the winter and in the summer, but because next door we have our computer and workstation, if you like, and I have a drawing table and my sewing machine and the telly, that room also gets used a lot. And we have another eating area. This loses the sun in the evening. We have another eating area out there where we get the evening sun. But this, we don't really need much more than this room, but we do have the backup pantry, which is a lovely old-fashioned word, isn't it? So that takes away quite a lot of the, if you like, the less aesthetic parts of the kitchen, like the microwave and the dishwasher is round there, and extra pots and pans. So I have got that lovely room. And then beside that's my washroom. So I have a washing machine, and I'm really mad about hanging up washing outside. So that's always quite a trek, but I absolutely love hanging the washing out on lines. It's wonderful. I find it very therapeutic and lovely that it's free, isn't it? Doesn't use up any electricity. I would describe my style or aesthetic as I discovered it 32 years ago, slowly, as simple, rustic, at that time I was hand printing all my own fabric, so it looked hand printed, unsophisticated, I suppose, but I was really interested in the interplay of colours, and that became, colour was as important as the design. So I was mixing my own colours and combining colours together that were hopefully sitting beautifully with the colours and the landscape of this house. I also wanted to keep the rustic idea was really just to keep with the honesty of the building. I was then doing lots of cockerel and hen fabrics, which I've evolved from that moment, but that's where we started with simple stripes. And now I've become more playful with pattern. Welcome into, if you like, my office and Nick's office. I do have an office in Cirencester, but I don't go all the time, so this is a very nice workspace in here. It's integrated into the bookshelf, the computers on the table, and yet more paraphernalia on this fireplace. There's a lovely painting by a friend of mine. It's a vase of flowers turned around 4 times in black and white. And here I am with my 2 daughters. And this is my daughter by a friend. And so it goes on, really. What have I got here? Oh yes, it's a poem by one of them. And this wedding invitation that we did with lino for George and Cleo's wedding. And luckily we put on it, please bring your wellies, because it rained and rained, so that was lucky. And there's a lovely little thing here from Flora, all her little animals that's sitting there. So that's a sort of lovely place, and this is the workspace. This here is a very important part of the house. The drinks cupboard, highly hidden away there. And so we have books. This is mainly Nick's area. He's the bookie, and he's got this all organised, but don't ask me where everything is. I can see the travel books, but that's about it. So this is the sitting room. The children nicknamed it the gastropub when we did it because of the dark walls. In England it became a thing, to dark grey on the walls. So this is known as the gastropub. The children call it that. I don't call it that. And in here we have a secret telly, of course. We definitely aren't purists. We like our telly. We like to shut it away as well. Another wood burner, a more sort of roundy Swedish one. And then fabrics that came out of my Artisan collection, which is made by folding and dipping and dyeing fabric in the Japanese style of shibori. So this is the way of creating these patterns. I obviously had to scan them in and make them into screen prints, but this is how they originated. And it's that, and another fabric up there with Roman blinds. And we've got a few bits of brown inherited furniture here with a few photographs on them. And this fabric here is another one. It's called, this is called shibori, and it's another interplay. You look at it and sometimes you see the spiky sort of yellow shape, and then if you look again you can see there's a flower, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 petal flower. It's an interplay between those 2 shapes, which is quite fun. It depends where you are to what you see. And further away I think you see the flower. I have a sewing station. I love having my sewing machine at the ready so I can mend or make. And this is this lovely airy slight space that I can sit and play with designing and cutting potato prints or whatever I want to do. And here I've got this is how that dotty check evolved from something that Rose did for me. And then eventually we formalised it into, we had to make it a bit more uniform. And it became this. And then we had to scale it and colour it. Here we are having a go with different coloured dots. So this is the workspace, and that again falls out into the garden from another angle. Really hot today, isn't it? We've got this wonderful light, which I can move around, but it's fantastic top light in the winter, and just makes the room feel a little bit more modern. I quite like that juxtaposition of an old building, but with a slightly more modern interior, and the windows all Scandinavian triple glazed windows. We started off with French windows. On the other side of the house we've got windows that came from a French La Paire supermarket, sort of French equivalent of, I don't know what we call it now, but B&Q or something in France. And we took our old Volvo over and we filled it with the French windows, but they were only single glazed, so we had to replace them But across there you can see that we still have French ones going on that side, which is quite fun. This is the oak floor, slightly limed. And then on the sofas, just to protect them from sticky fingers and whippets, I've got rugs from Solva Woolen Mill in Wales, who I work quite closely with, and they make and weave all our rugs that I sell through my business. And these are their traditional Welsh design, and they're just nice and heavy and sit beautifully on the sofa. And I've obviously got them here as well, but they're just protecting the footstool from spills. I think it works. And here we've got a lovely round poof I make through my business for people, an extra seat. It's covered in Harris tweed from the Isle of Harris. I'll give you a really quick little potted history of, so I was born in Cumbria, which is up in England, north of England, in the Lake District. And my parents were, we lived in an old farmhouse, and my parents were amateur artists. My mother was a dressmaker, a lot of creativity going on. And I went to an amazing school on the banks of Lake Windermere, which is now a museum called Blackwell, an arts and crafts house, with incredible friezes and all sorts of beautiful tiles, and the aesthetic was beautiful, and I think it all subconsciously gave me an appreciation of pattern, I suppose. And following that, I ended up being a nurse in London. I did a nursing degree at one of the big London hospitals, and I ended up in intensive care, working there, and I met Nicholas. And so I was very much embedded in the sciences. And when we left London and had these kids, I started one morning a week going down to Stroud Art College. We were near Stroud then, which is about half an hour west. And I had a morning off a week, and I wanted to do pottery, but it was full. But there was this thing called surface print, surface design. It had spaces, and I ticked the box, not even knowing what it was, just desperate to have my own few hours to breathe in. And I was completely hooked. It was like some electricity. I just felt so excited by it. So I did it for 4 years, no qualification. I didn't want to do any of what was on offer, I just wanted to do it. And I built up a skill set, which eventually when we moved here, and I had all these windows, I was able to print my own fabric on the ping pong table, silk screens, and my mother made the curtains, so we were a bit of a duet, I suppose. Eventually that publicity and I let this house out to other people as a location, and they saw what was going on here, and it was one of the big newspapers and a magazine, Country Living, wanted to do features, and the whole thing launched the business. In the year 2000, I launched it. It grew quite quickly at the beginning, and a lot of people just coming to me and liking the feel of it, because I hadn't done a sophisticated textile degree, so my fabrics were sort of, if you like, very naive and almost childlike, and they sort of hit the right note with some people. I carried on. I always wanted to do something that wasn't going to damage the environment, so I was always very eager to use organic cotton only to work with. That's always been my big driver, really, is to make sure that I only buy organic cotton, mainly because of all the damage it does to the herbicides and pesticides do to the cotton pickers. I read an awful article and thought I don't want to be part of that. So the ethos has been constant through, and I'm still, I think, to be honest, I don't know any other designer that only uses organic cotton. It's more expensive for a start, but I'd love to know if there are others. And we're also very keen on keeping our carbon footprint low and using very local artisans and upholsterers and cushion makers. So I think we've grown, and we've moved away from this house into the local town where we have I think, really nice shop and showroom, and people come and visit us there, and all the fabrics are on show. And I think that the fabrics become less image-based, and now we've moved into slightly more subtle shapes and patterns that hopefully have a more sophisticated appeal beyond the chicken, but maybe not. shall we go outside and have a look at the garden? So here we are walking out into our garden, which is, this area down here is wilder with pallied fruit trees. We have a funny, during lockdown, I think it was, my son and husband built this tree house up here, which is suspended from the trees with cables. And that's a great, shady, lovely place to go up and sit. And up there, I have another funny little eyrie. So this is all wild, and we have a sand pit and a place to sit. And the courtyard, which is like another room really, is quite formal. And we've used box hedging to, I'm afraid some of it's not very happy, but we've used box hedging to make the shapes. Standard privet, and we have a few standard roses, so it's quite a welcoming space, I think. And the lavender, which is now very old, needs completely changing, it's having its last year on each side. It's a late, I think it's called Augustifolia. It's a late flowering lavender, so it's August, September. We have lots of roses and climbers and euphorbia, which is again quite structural and architectural, and lots of, we've left all that this year because I know we've got birds nesting in there. Can I see them? There's definitely a big bird's nest in there. And we've got this little cosy corner here where we can eat, which we might have seen from the inside. And the vine, it's just coming into leaf. It's always very late, but it starts casting a much better canopy of shade over the table. So we sit here quite a lot to eat, but it is very hot today, isn't it? But these standard unanimous, I think they're called, or privet or grow up and give us, again, more shade. And we've got layers and layers of climbers. Here we've got some wisteria, some jasmine, some passion flower, some roses, so there's lots and lots of stuff going on. What I like most about my home here is the light. Every room is lit from both sides because we're this single room to room to room around this courtyard. So we have windows on each side and even on the end here. So I think it's the light. And in the Cotswolds that's quite unusual because a lot of houses are quite old over here in England, very old and very dark. And so here we have a lot of lovely light. I also love the fact that the rooms are able to take quite a lot of colour because of the lightness, and also we're lucky to have quite a good big size rooms. We've created, we were able to define the size of our rooms, and so we can I can use lots and lots of colour. So light and colour, and also I'm absolutely mad about the garden and the birds and the flowers. So I'm just so lucky to be able to walk out with my spare bowl of cereal in the morning and just listen to the dawn chorus, and watching all the leaves unfurling at the moment is just magical. And then back into the house, into the hall. The planner said that we didn't have room to make another floor in this place, but we did, and it's all quite tight. This is our room. It's a bit like we're in the sort of controlling area here, so I can see all the way down to that bedroom, and all the way down to that bedroom from our bed, so we can see who's up, if the doors are open, of course, and we can see what's going on. So this is a really old bed. We cut from MDF, we cut these two ends, just sheets of MDF, and painted them and attached them to our bed base, and it works very well because it's a bit like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The children can sit here and face us with cushions, and it works well at Christmas, opening our stockings. And we have, this is a new print of mine called Sunflower, which I made out of lino and launched last year. Kind of a jolly, stylised sunflower. This fabric here, which is on my mother's old dressing room, this is my mother's dressing table, chair and table, is called Four Seasons, and each tree represents a different season. Here we've got all the way from my mine nursing degree certificate, I think. So to being a nursing state registered nurse, to an early lino I did of in Tuscany, making everything into spots and stripes. Mummy did a watercolour of me sitting painting in Wales. Yeah, and photographs. This is my great grandmother's painting. So they're all old friends. This print is called Fruit Garden. It's a wallpaper. It's very sunny and just sort of fits perfectly in this space. And again, my father's artwork now. Dad's two paintings of Dad's and Mum's and refloras. This is a poof that we make through my business, and they're just great for occasional seats, and it works when we're bathing grandchildren. This is an old, lovely bit of old marble. I made some of the tiles in the house, and these tiles, I don't know if it's worth showing you, but here we've got a picture of the four children in the central tile. In fact, my mum painted those for me. She came for a day to my course, and I did the surrounding ones, and she did this lovely little picture of the four of them. And then we enter into the grandchildren room, which is quite fun. It's this sort of quite a strong pink, and I haven't got any grandchildren that like pink, but anyway, it's this colour. It was always been this colour. Flora liked this colour, and I put my collection of dolls over that bed, and there's a few here. Lots of books and toys, so they squeeze in here, and then their parents sleep through there. So it works quite well. And we've got a couple of occasional beds if we want to swell the numbers. This is another bedroom, quite simple room, and got a great patchwork quilt made from bits and bobs of my fabric. The headboard is made from Up the Garden Path, which is one of my best-selling. It's a sort of take on a Swedish design. A friend of my daughter's was wearing a skirt with something like this on it, and I instantly had to draw it, and I call it Up the Garden Path because of the formality of the design. And this is a design by my husband Nicholas. It's called By the Sea, and it's really one of those lovely, like St Ives. Ooh, wrong way around. Oh, that's the right way around. It's like a St Ives scene where there's lots of little houses and steps going up. And on this side, I think we've got boats and a lighthouse. So that's quite fun, isn't it? This is another quite wonderful bedroom, really, and they have a bathroom in there. So that's one family. George and his children normally have this wing, this bit. And then I'll take you through to what I call Billy's room now, who's 2.5. He sleeps next door to us. So down here, I have another line of bedrooms. This is where normally Billy sleeps, who's 2.5. And this bed here has a new design on it called fine foliage. So it's lots of leaves and ferns that I collected in Cumbria, where we go from time to time, and I pressed them and made that print. I think it's my favourite one at the moment. And this one is called For Love of Rose, and it's got a sort of bohemian couple living in a shepherd's hut. It's just quite fun. And then this is a bit more of the Up the Garden Path. Choosing the colours for these rooms, the children had a choice. I gave them a colour palette that I liked, and then they chose a colour, and this is a Chinese blue by Farrow & Ball. And I'm trying to think who it was. Ned, who had this room, chose this blue. And Flora had the children's room, chose that pink. And then through here, Rose has chose this absolutely wonderful sort of madder red. I can't remember who it's by or what it is, but it's just a sort of gorgeous colour. And she's chosen all these beautiful Indian bits of furniture. So she has this little sideboard, this absolutely lovely pink display cabinet for her precious things, and then they're all classic Indian furniture colours, and then there's that green painted shelving for her clothes. So she lives in London, but she comes to and fro, and this is her room. This bed is probably, I don't know, 60 years old or something. I got it in a junk shop 38 years ago or something. It's still going. So this is just painted lime white like the hall, and the bed head in Wild and Free, in tomato we call it, the colour, is the hero of the room really. So I didn't want it to fight with the colour on the walls. So this is all in what I call tomato and teal. The stripe is Stockholm stripe, little fern, and then Wild and Free. And my husband had that picture in his nursery above the bed of some sort of, I don't know what it is, a sort of fantasy hill village or something. And that was from his home. He's now 73, so it's pretty old. And in here, this bathroom here, I painted the tiles. They tell a little story. Of course, they're all covered up, aren't they? I think it starts with here we are. It says, beginning, George and Rose, once upon a time, one fine moonlit night, and Flora and Edmund. And there's a story about them going out to sea in a boat, and then the lighthouse flashing. And somebody came to stay recently, and they told me the end tile was upside down, the harbour, and it is. I never noticed it. Hot baths, hot water bottles, and hot soup. No more sea adventures at night, the end. That was where they had their baths when they were little. I think it's because everything was so expensive to make my own fabrics for the windows and own tiles was just really an attempt to save money at the time and to make everything. So it's been nice slowly being able to add in, beautiful bed heads and a few well-made blinds, and I kept the tiles, of course, but the rest of it is some of it's as it was, and some of it has evolved. So come with me and we'll have a look at the art studios. I haven't warned him, so we'll see. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 studios. So I just popped outside to our studios, where we have 4 studios with very talented craftspeople who come now, on a daily basis, and had the space to be creative here. And this is Jeremy Bonner, who's a very well-known leather worker in the UK, very skilled, and he's just maybe show you what he's been making, or give you a few words about his work.
This afternoon I've just been cutting out these leaf shapes. I use them as templates for cutting out leather for making these kind of leafy bags.
Wow. And what sort of fruit are they?
This is sloes, particularly.
Sloes. Wow, can you show us how it opens?
Yeah.
Is it a commission, Jeremy?
No, it's just stuff I've just been making lately. So essentially I'm just working from things I see in the hedgerows on my cycle journey into work.
Oh, that's so nice.
So it's sloe berries, bird's eggs, oat galls.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, I'm just making portraits of the trees that I see.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. So we're all inspired by the nature outside our workshops and home, aren't we?
There's that actually, it's particularly the journey to work.
Oh yes.
It's a 4.5 mile bicycle ride, and it's the things that I see in the morning. It's the brown hares, it's the rabbits, the kites, the merlins, the redstarts, the bramblings.
Gosh, you're so busy looking. I'm surprised you don't crash into the ditch.
But it's all kind of part and parcel of working here, I think. It's part of that joyful experience of working
Oh,
here as well.
oh.
No, it's true. I've seen more wildlife in those 4.5 miles in the
Yes.
last 8 years than I
Yes.
did for the first 57 years of
Yeah.
my life.
Oh, that's really
So
nice.
It's absolutely brilliant,
Yeah,
and it's something I look forward to every day. And you know, what a great view from the studio as well. It's absolutely brilliant.
Good. Oh, there we are. You said all the right things. I didn't warn him or pay him. What makes a house a home is a really, really interesting question. In fact, Rose, my kid, one of my kids who's the artist, she has recently just done a master's at the Royal College of Art, and she had to do some writing, and it was all about what makes a house a home. So we had to think about this together, and for me, and even more for her, I think it's about what's happening in the house that makes it the home. The activities, the interests, the hobbies. Everyone can puff up cushions and make a really cosy sitting room, but what are you doing in that space, really? So I suppose and what you're doing should be evident. It's not being afraid of having activities out. So the house is being used and enjoyed, and to have artwork on the walls that isn't professional, just things that people have made, and bits of writing and poetry. Maybe, I mean, what Rose likes is slightly chaotic interior, with everything out and books being read, and I'm probably a bit more, let's put things away a bit, but I also love the fact that my sewing machine is ready to sew. I don't have to put it away. My art table's ready to go. My husband has his own drawing area for his work. So I suppose it's what gives the house a beating heart, is really the activities going on inside it. And for me, and helped by Rose looking into that, that's, I think, if that makes any sense, that's how I'd answer that question.
Thanks for watching. Go to homeworthy.com for exclusive content and shopping guides.